welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod. Time permitting, your questions will be answered at the end of the session. If you would like to make the presentation slides full screen, click the outward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner of the pod containing the slides. To return to normal view, click the inward 4-arrow button in the upper right corner. Hello, and welcome to our event. We will get started in just a few minutes. Audio for this event is being provided using your computer speakers. Telephone audio is not being provided for this event. Please ensure your speakers are not muted and you have adjusted your volume accordingly. Please use the Q&A pod or the chat pod to ask questions of the presenters. Type your questions at the bottom of the pod.
Welcome everyone to day 3, the final day of our FDA Clinical Investigator Training course, better known as CITC 2024. Good day, good afternoon, or good night, depending on where you may be. For those who attended either Tuesday or Wednesday, we're very happy to have you back. And for those who are joining us for the first time today, we are totally excited to have you here. I trust that everyone is gaining valuable insight critical to your respective roles. Please remember to complete the survey at the end of today's program and provide us with your feedback. We do actually review those comments and try to integrate them into the agenda whenever possible. And as a reminder, we are also offering live YouTube streaming, so please go ahead and invite your colleagues. Again, my name is Brenda Stoddart, and I am with the Small Business and Industry Assistance (SBIA) program, which operates within the Division of Drug Information, which in turn resides in FDA's Center for Drug Evaluation and Research's Office of Communications. It is my utmost pleasure, along with my FDA colleagues, to be with you here today. And bear with me as I need to say this again today. We are extremely pleased to announce that this 3-day conference in its totality offers 12 contact hours for physicians, pharmacists, and nurses. The CEs are available to all real-time attendees who self-identified as healthcare professionals during the registration process. Please note the emphasis on real-time and registration. And what this translates to is that no healthcare professional CEs, that means physicians, pharmacists, or nurses, can be given to those who attend without the benefit of registration or for post-event viewing. All faculty are expected to use generic names. If trade names are used, those of several companies should be used rather than only that of a single supporting company. CE faculty are required to disclose to the attendees when products or procedures being discussed are off-label, unlabeled, not FDA approved, and any limitations on the information that is presented. We have a spectacular lineup of speakers, and the planning committee Speakers and CE consultation and accreditation team have nothing to disclose. Participants must attest to their attendance and complete a final activity evaluation via the CE portal, and that's ceportal.fda.gov. And for multi-day activities such as this, participants must attest to their attendance and complete a faculty evaluation for each day. Final activity evaluations must be completed within 2 weeks after the activity, and there are no exceptions. So in this case, the deadline is December 26th, and we apologize in advance, but we would be unable to make exceptions to that deadline. Pharmacists should note that failure to provide your correct NABP and date of birth information in the required format may result in the loss of credit for this activity. Your NABP profile number should be the 6 to 7-digit profile number assigned by the CPE monitor, and your birth date should be in the month, date, day format. Do not provide your pharmacy license number. Please click the My Account tab and then navigate to Edit Contact Information to verify that your information is correct. Physicians and nurses may then view and print their statement of credit. Pharmacists should log into the CPE monitor 6 weeks after the last session of the activity to obtain their CE credit. Please allow sufficient time before you contact SBIA. To simplify things, SBIA will send one email to the attendees of that individual event day within 1 business day. The email will have information on both the CE claim code and the survey link. And so I strongly encourage you to complete the evaluation or evaluations, depending on how many days you attend, when you receive that email, especially in this holiday season with everyone taking vacation and getting excited with the holiday season. So we won't be able to assist you if you miss the deadline of 12/26/24. Again, these are our learning objectives that cover the entire 3 days. And let's turn our attention to some logistics. They are the same as they have been for the past 2 days, but for our newcomers, here is the link for a one-stop shop for answers to your technical questions, for downloading the files, accessing the survey link to obtain the certificate of attendance, and so much more. This is the same page that you used for access this morning, so please bookmark it. This is the last day, but who knows, you might need it for future SBIA events. On our one-stop shop page, there are session evaluation links and also our final evaluation survey, which will be activated this afternoon and will be sent in the post-event thank you mail previously mentioned. Upon completion of the survey, an attendee can then download a certificate of attendance, which may be used in support of RAPS, SOCRA, ACRP, and SQA credits. Please download a certificate immediately after completing the survey, otherwise that opportunity is lost. Now note that both the evaluation and certificate are available only for 2 weeks. Again, that deadline date is December 26th. And as a reminder, all our sessions are being recorded. It will take us a few weeks to process the recordings, but you will soon be able to access them from SBIA's homepage. And I sincerely hope you have that bookmarked. That's www.fda.gov/CEDAR-SBIA. In the interim, before those recordings are posted to our webpage, the YouTube link for each day's program will be posted on the One Stop Shop webpage at the end of that day. Just a few seconds to highlight our upcoming events. January 22nd, we'll have a BSUFA 3 Regulatory Science Pilot Program with its progress update. Then January 28th, 29th, we'll have a Knowledge Management and Modernization of Regulatory Quality Assessment and Submissions at FDA. It's the first of its kind collaboration with CDER's Office of Pharmaceutical Quality, so please attend if this topic is of interest to you. Then April 9th and 10th, we'll have our annual Generic Drugs Forum. This is an in-person event, and the room block closes on March 11, 2025. So please book if you intend to attend in person. More information is available on our homepage seen here, and we also invite you to visit our CEDAR Learn page, where you can link to other educational resources, many of which offer healthcare professional CEs. Now, I would like to draw your attention to this poll, which will be available during the breaks. And this is the last day for you to provide us with your input. So if you have not yet taken the poll, please take a minute to complete it when it's displayed. We would like to measure your interest in possibly attending this particular course in person. And now I'm pretty sure that we're ready to go on. You are ready for us to launch fully into today's agenda. Last day. It's my pleasure to introduce our host and moderator, Dr. Leonard Sachs. Dr. Sachs is the founder of CITC and is the visionary behind it all. And he currently serves as the Associate Director for Clinical Methodologies Office within the Office of Medical Policy at CEDAR. Please help me to welcome Dr. Sachs.
Thank you very much, Brenda. Welcome to everybody. Congratulations for reaching the third day of our 2024 course. So just to take stock, we began our course 2 days ago with a review of clinical trials, the design and analysis. We spoke about the use of clinical trials to evaluate the safety and efficacy of medical products. We had a discussion on safety considerations, and we also spoke about specific populations that may participate or should participate in trials. Yesterday, we changed track and we spoke about some of the basic science supporting clinical trials. We spoke about product quality, manufacturing and quality controls. We spoke about clinical pharmacology and toxicology and general pharmacology. We had a couple of lectures on innovative trial design and informed consent, and we ended off with some of the innovative areas in product development. So today, we're going to focus on another critical aspect of clinical drug development, which is trial quality, reliability of data, and investigator responsibilities. These are fundamental focus for FDA, and they're described fairly extensively in our regulations. We're very grateful to the Office of Scientific Investigation for putting together today's program. We're going to begin with a lecture by Cheryl Grandinetti on clinical trial quality. We're going to move on to a lecture by Mia Zhang on investigator responsibilities. And finally, recognizing the importance of international trials and the fact that almost all our trials have some sort of international footprint, Kasa Ayolu will cover the important topic of international clinical trials. So at this point, let me hand over to Cheryl for our first lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. We're going to start off today by talking about what fit-for-purpose clinical trial quality means and how it's achieved. Also, I want to focus my presentation on the importance of clinical trial quality through the lens of the clinical investigator and the sponsor investigator. So today, we'll discuss FDA's perspective on clinical trial quality and data quality that is fit for purpose. We'll talk about how quality by design and risk proportionality principles are applied in the design and conduct of clinical trials. We'll discuss implementation of risk mitigation strategies and proactive measures at the site level to avoid protocol noncompliance and errors that matter. And then I'll provide a case example that illustrates the benefits of adopting quality by design and risk proportionality approaches to the design and conduct of clinical trials, both from the clinical investigator and the sponsor investigator perspectives. So how does FDA define clinical trial quality? Well, unfortunately, you won't see a definition for clinical trial quality defined in our IND regulations under 312. So what I have on this slide is the closest that I can point you to in our regulations that specifically discusses quality in a clinical trial. And that's under 21 CFR 314.126, which broadly describes what constitutes an adequate and well-controlled study. So what's on this slide is the primary basis for determination of whether substantial evidence of effectiveness has been provided to support the labeling claim. FDA does review protocols submitted under an IND prospectively to assure that the study is adequate to permit evaluation of the drug's effectiveness and safety. So we can also turn to guidance to better understand clinical trial quality. ICH E8 Revision 1, or R1, is an international guideline that was issued in 2021 and discusses general considerations for clinical trials. This guideline describes internationally accepted principles and practices in the design and conduct of clinical studies that will ensure the protection of study participants and help with the acceptance of data and results by regulatory authorities. The guideline provides recommendations on how to build quality in the design and conduct of clinical studies across the product life cycle, and this approach is also known as quality by design. It helps us to understand quality in the context of how trials are conducted. And the guideline states that clinical trial quality is considered as fitness for purpose, which means that the quality and amount of information generated from the clinical trial should be sufficient to support good decision making. I also want to acknowledge the contributions of the Clinical Trials Transformation Initiative, or CITC, in this quality by design space, as they have been working on this quality by design approach for over 15 years. CITC is a multi-stakeholder public-private partnership that was founded by FDA and Duke University in 2007. To help us further understand this idea of quality as fit for purpose, CITC also defined quality in clinical trials as the avoidance of errors that matter to decision making. Specifically, we're talking about the errors that could affect the safety of trial participants or the credibility of trial results. So this is another way to help us understand quality in clinical trials. So if we delve into FDA regulations under 312 and our guidances, it is clear that multiple parties play an important role in trial quality. So it's the sponsor who designs and oversees the trial and analyzes and reports results. It's the contract research organization to whom the sponsor has transferred their responsibilities to. It is other service providers that are contracted by the sponsor and CRO to perform critical clinical trial activities. It's the IRBs who provide initial and continuing review and approval of research. And of course, it's the clinical investigators. So those of you who translate a trial from the pages of the protocol into the clinic, you have a very important role in delivering quality. And it is your day-to-day work engaging with participants and carrying out protocol requirements and collecting trial data that are the foundation of trials that yield quality data and reliable study results. So now let's go back to ICH E8R1 to further explain this fit-for-purpose clinical trial quality, which is rooted in the foundational principle of quality by design. And quality by design entails proactively designing quality into the design and conduct of clinical trials to ensure the protection of the rights, safety, and well-being of study participants, the generation of reliable and meaningful results, and the management of risk to the study's critical to quality factors using a risk proportionate approach. And this last bullet encompasses a lot, and I'm going to talk about this in detail throughout my presentation today, and I really hope it's not to the point of ad nauseum. But at its core, this last bullet really entails identifying the critical aspects of a trial, specifically the critical data and processes, and directing efforts towards these factors. This approach ensures that we effectively address what is essential for generating credible and reliable data while protecting participant safety. So initiating the QBD process, or the quality by design process, during the design phase of the trial is crucial for its success. And again, this is another point that I'm going to underscore throughout my presentation, because I believe this is where the process often falters or goes wrong. So first, why is this done at the design of the trial? Well, the goal of a clinical trial is to generate reliable information to address research questions. Clinical trials are vital for drug development. And a well-designed and executed clinical trial is not only essential for regulatory decision-making, but also for evidence-based healthcare decisions. Conversely, a poorly designed trial or an ambiguous protocol can lead to a poorly conducted trial and introduce significant issues such as compromising participant safety, producing inadequate or unreliable evidence that could impact decision-making, wasting resources and the time and efforts of investigators and participants, and it may not align with ethical standards. So to further illustrate this point, imagine starting with what appears to be a perfectly constructed house. However, if the foundation and structure aren't built properly, issues begin to surface as you start using the house. Similarly, in clinical trials, if quality is not built in from the start, issues can arise during the study. And we really want to avoid that firefighting approach where you're scrambling, making hasty decisions, applying quick fixes without thorough investigation, and addressing symptoms rather than root causes. What we want to prevent is a study plagued with data integrity and reliability issues, a study that might look something like this house. And this could lead to rejection of the data or even the entire study, and it could jeopardize regulatory approval and even result in the discontinuation of potentially beneficial therapies. So the protocol serves as the blueprint for ensuring quality. So for those sponsor investigators in the crowd who are designing trials during protocol development, you really have the opportunity to de-risk the protocol and avoid risks to the data and participant safety. So design is really the point where you can identify those critical aspects of the trial and take steps by tailoring the design to avoid the kind of errors that impact regulatory decision making. And it gives you the opportunity to engage with key stakeholders to get their input. Protocol design and development is also an opportunity to ask, why have we included this? Whether it be, data collected or some procedure being conducted. And it gives us the opportunity to streamline the trial where feasible, to reduce the burden on sites and other study personnel. It's also that last checkpoint to verify that the trial you've designed will answer that important scientific question you had in mind when setting out to design the trial. And it gives you the opportunity to highlight important risks that are not eliminated through study design and that may be mitigated through the trial's operational plans and procedures. So we say that you should avoid errors that matter. And what errors matter? Well, they are the errors that impact your study's critical to quality factors. So what are these critical to quality factors? Well, ICH E8R1 defines them as attributes of a study whose integrity is fundamental to the protection of study participants, the reliability and interpretability of the study results, and the decisions made based on the study results. So we're talking about critical data, critical design elements, and critical study processes and procedures. If their integrity were to be undermined by errors in design or conduct, then the reliability or ethics of decision-making or the results of the study would also be undermined. So really, in simple terms, the question we need to ask ourselves is, what do we really need to get right to ensure the reliability of results and patient safety? So for those sponsor investigators in the crowd, you should conduct risk assessments to identify and review the critical to quality factors during the design and planning of your study, and then re-review and reassess them throughout study conduct, analysis, and reporting. So these critical to quality factors are individualized to your study and study design, and inflexible one-size-fits-all approaches should be avoided. So simply identifying all studies to always have the same broad categories of critical to quality factors should be avoided. The critical to quality factors should be communicated to all those involved in the trial conduct to ensure a shared understanding and alignment on what is critical critical to quality and the quality expectations. So let's move on to challenge question 1. So which of the following best defines the concept of quality by design in clinical trials? A reactive approach to quality control that addresses issues after they occur. B, a proactive approach that emphasizes designing quality into the trial from the outset. C, a method focused solely on data collection and statistical analysis. Or D, an approach that prioritizes regulatory compliance over participant safety. So I think this is an easy one. The answer is B, a proactive approach that emphasizes designing quality into the trial from the outset. So the next challenge question, 2, in implementing quality by design, which of the following elements is most critical for ensuring clinical trial quality? A, randomization of participants. B, a comprehensive understanding of the study's critical to quality factors and potential risks to those critical to quality factors. C, strict adherence to standard operating procedures. Or D, extensive documentation of all trial activities. And I think the obvious one, again, and an easy one is B, comprehensive understanding of the study's critical to quality factors and potential risks to those critical to quality factors. Okay, so let me pivot now to ICH E6R3, which is a draft guideline, and it's an international guideline for good clinical practice. So you'll hear more about this updated guideline, revision 3 in particular, from Dr. Ayalou this morning in his presentation that follows mine. And this guideline has been totally reorganized and renovated to include 11 principles and 2 annexes. So Annex 1 provides recommendations on how the 11 principles can be appropriately applied to clinical trials. And Annex 2 provides additional considerations on how these principles may be applied to clinical trials that incorporate various operational approaches, such as trials that use decentralized or pragmatic elements and use real-world data. So the purpose of the E6R3 update is to provide recommendations that can be applied across the broad range of clinical trial designs and settings. These updates are intended to address the complexities of clinical trials in the current global regulatory climate and to facilitate modernization, harmonization, and innovation in clinical trial design and conduct. So the guideline is grounded in these concepts of quality by design and risk proportionality, and it supports fit-for-purpose clinical trial quality. Adopting these approaches, so quality by design and risk proportionality, is what allows flexibility in applying the E6R3 principles and recommendations. And this requires critical thinking to tailor solutions such that they are fit for purpose for your clinical trial. So the appropriate measures are taken based on the specific risks and needs of the study to ensure the overall study results and participant safety. So here are the 3 foundational principles of the 11 that are in ICH E6R3, and these 3 in particular support this risk proportionality approach. So at a high level, Principle 6 focuses on quality by design, highlighting that quality should be integrated in both the scientific and operational aspects of clinical trial design and conduct. Principle 7 stresses that trial processes should be implemented in a way that's proportionate to the risk to participants and to the importance of the data collected. And then there's Principle 8, which advocates for simplifying protocols to ensure operational feasibility and to reduce burden on sites. And so it's all of these principles together that help to minimize unnecessary burden on participants, on sponsors, and on investigators, and to ensure that resources are allocated effectively and efficiently by focusing on what matters most to quality, again, to participant safety, and to yielding reliable results. So the overall message that I'm trying to convey is that quality by design is the essential ingredient to managing trial conduct proportionately. Your study plans and processes should all be guided by your quality by design approach, your identified critical to quality factors, and your risk assessments. Your risk assessments and your management processes should be iterative and adjusted when new risks emerge. And errors to critical trial data or participant safety should be addressed as early as possible through risk-based monitoring, or ideally prevented altogether by building quality into the design of your trial. Much of what I presented on today occurs during the trial design phase and really falls on sponsors and those sponsor investigators in the crowd to design a clinical trial that is scientifically valid, ethically responsible, and focused on producing reliable data that can be used for regulatory decisions. For those clinical investigators in the audience, though, you might be asking, what's expected of me as a clinical investigator, and how do I apply the principle of risk proportionality to my responsibilities? Well, first, it's crucial that you and your clinical trial staff understand what's critical to quality for a study and the potential risks to those critical to quality factors. You should focus resources and investigator oversight on those critical data points and high-risk areas, so data and processes deemed critical to quality, and ensure that the data is credible and reliable and that the critical processes are conducted according to the protocol. You should assess risks throughout the study, adapting practices as necessary to respond to new information or unforeseen challenges that may arise in study conduct. So now I'm going to present a case example on the use of electronic diaries in a clinical trial to illustrate how applying risk proportionality to the study design and conduct can help to focus resources on what's critical to quality and to improve data quality. So this is a hypothetical case, but unfortunately many parts of this case have been taken from actual cases. So two pivotal trials were submitted to FDA to support approval of an investigational drug as adjunctive therapy in patients with a seizure disorder. The two trials were similar in design and were multi-center, randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled studies. The primary efficacy endpoint in both studies was the change in the mean convulsive seizure frequency during the treatment period compared to the baseline period. The primary efficacy endpoint was an observer-reported outcome that measuring seizure frequency, as I indicated just now. Both protocols pre-specified and described the use of eDiaries by the caregivers to directly enter daily seizures. And the intent was for the parent or caregiver of the study participant to contemporaneously document their seizure, the daily seizures into the eDiary. And the sponsor contracted with a service provider to provide caregivers with the eDiaries and to manage the eDiary data. So this slide illustrates the eDiary data flow, and I'm just going to walk you through the diagram to provide a basic understanding of this study conduct. So each day, the caregivers recorded the daily seizures of the subject, including the dosing of the study drug and the use of rescue medications into the eDiary. And the eDiary data were transmitted electronically from the devices to the service provider's database. If the eDiary device was connected to a Wi-Fi or a mobile data signal, then the diary data was automatically sent at the end of completion of a diary entry. If the eDiary did not have Wi-Fi or a mobile data signal, then the diary data was stored temporarily on the device until Wi-Fi or a mobile data signal was available. So investigators had read-only access to the eDiary database, and they couldn't enter or make changes to the eDiary data. The service provider was responsible for reviewing and managing the eDiary in the database, and they could make backdoor changes. And these backdoor changes to the data were tracked in the ECOA database audit trails. So, for example, if the service provider in the review of the data identified discrepancies, errors, or missing data points, they would generate a data query and would send the query to the site via an online portal. If the query resulted in a change to the eDiary data, then the investigator had to authorize the data change and did this by completing a data change form in the online portal. The service provider then retrieved and reviewed the change form, and once they had all the information they needed, the service provider would change the data in the system. And again, this was all tracked via the system audit trails. So once all the data changes were made and the data were reconciled and cleaned, then the service provider transferred that clean data file to the sponsor for incorporation in the SDTM datasets and for analysis. So during the CI inspections, the inspectors reviewed the audit trails of the eDiary data that were retained at the site. They observed that a portion of each participant's eDiary data was entered by the service provider as much as 1 year after the date that the seizure data should have been contemporaneously entered by the caregivers, so as much as 1 year after the date that the seizure occurred. So why was this done? Well, towards the end of the trial, the sponsor noticed that there was more than an expected amount of missing data and asked the clinical investigators to retrospectively collect this data to mitigate the amount of missing data. So the clinical investigators and the study staff did this by conducting in-person and phone interviews with the caregivers. The clinical investigators also collected the caregivers' personal diaries and notes. So these personal diaries and notes were not designed for use in the trial, but the caregivers typically kept these contemporaneously personal diaries and notes as standard of care for these patients. So first, let me just say up front, when I talk about these inspection observations, that we found almost little to no issues with the data quality for the data that was entered directly into the devices by the caregivers. And then for this data that was retrospectively collected, we just there was so much of it that we just didn't want to throw it all out. So in order to determine the reliability of the seizure data that was entered retrospectively in the ECOA database by the service providers, we had to look more closely at the source, which were these paper diaries, the caregiver's personal paper diaries, and also other paper records at the site. So it was the progress notes and medical records where this clinical investigators documented their interviews with the caregivers. So these source records were not consistently maintained or retained at the site. So there were a lot of missing source records to support the seizure frequency data that was submitted to FDA. In addition, multiple discrepancies were identified between the source records that were available and the seizure frequency data reported to FDA. So the root cause for the discrepancies in the source data the source records that were available was multifactorial. So first, the first cause was that the caregiver's personal diaries did not collect all the protocol required information. So they didn't collect the time and type of seizures, they didn't document the dosing, or they didn't document the use of rescue medications. So it was really difficult to verify, the information that the service provider entered into the ECOA database because there was just no source available to support all of the information that was entered. The second cause for the discrepancies stemmed from the service provider staff who was responsible for entering the retrospectively collected data in the database. So they misinterpreted the data change forms that were completed by the clinical investigators, along with the copies of the caregivers' personal diaries that were sent to them, and they frequently consolidated multiple seizure events that occurred on a day into a single seizure event. So, there was a large volume of data that needed to be entered by the service provider, and this, simply was not a planned part of the study. And the service provider staff, really was not adequately trained or qualified to accurately interpret and input this data. So what was the cause of the missing data? So let's go back and talk about that. Well, there were eDiary device design, malfunction, connectivity, and transmission issues that were experienced during the conduct of the trial that were not adequately and promptly addressed by the service provider or the sponsor. There was poor caregiver compliance of the eDiaries for many reasons. There were no contingency plans in place for device malfunctions and connectivity and transmission issues. So, for example, they could have had a backup device when the devices malfunctioned, or they could have had a procedure in place to enter data in the web-based portal for those malfunctions, or they could have used a telephone or IVRS system when there were connectivity and transmission issues. So I think our data reliability assessment and its implications are pretty obvious, but we determined that the clinical investigator had retrospectively collected a portion of the eDiary data for 96% of the randomized subjects in the two studies. Again, this collection occurred up to a year after the seizures had occurred. And, I honestly can't remember what I had for breakfast, let alone what I ate a year ago. So, there is the potential for recall bias here. And so this affected approximately 20% of the seizure diary for the two studies. And because of the potential for recall bias in this retrospectively collected seizure data, this data was considered unreliable, and so a post hoc sensitivity analysis was performed by both the applicant and the FDA on the primary efficacy endpoint with respect to this retrospectively collected data. So what were the lessons learned? Well, first, sponsors or sponsor investigators should conduct risk assessments at the study's outset to identify critical to quality factors and the risk of the critical to quality factors. Sponsors and clinical investigators should prioritize resources and implement targeted strategies for high-risk areas to maintain data quality. So for this case, focus should have been placed on the seizure frequency data. In addition to the many critical processes involved in its collection. So for example, the sponsor could have placed more focus on the design of the eDiary devices or validation of these devices. It could have placed more focus on help desk support, developing contingency plans, and conducting centralized monitoring of the eDiary data to identify this missing data sooner. And for the investigators, they could have placed focus on caregiver training on the proper use of the eDiaries, monitoring for missing data on their end, and perhaps better reporting to the sponsor of issues the caregivers were having with the use of the devices. Sponsor and investigator oversight should be adjusted based on the assessed risk. And because this was critical data, for example, more frequent reviews of this data by both parties could have helped address some of the data quality issues as they arose in the trial. The sponsor and clinical investigators should communicate quality expectations to ensure there's a shared understanding among all team members. And then both parties should foster open communication about potential issues for quick responses and adjustments to data collection practices. So this is one more bonus question because I really want to drive this point home. How should the principle of risk proportionality influence the allocation of resources and the implementation of risk mitigation strategies? A, all processes should be standardized regardless of the level of risk involved. B, risk mitigation strategies should be minimal as extensive measures may hinder the trial's progress. C, resources should be concentrated on high-risk areas and critical data points with appropriate risk assessments guiding decisions on acceptable levels of risk. Or D, the importance of data should be assessed only after the trial is completed based on the outcomes. So of course, the answer is C. Resources should be concentrated on high-risk areas and critical data points. And then finally, my closing thought that I'd like to leave you with, and that is achieving fit-for-purpose data quality largely hinges on the foundational principles of quality by design and focusing on what matters to participant safety and the reliability of the overall study results. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure to present at this clinical investigator training course, and I'm happy to take questions during the panel session.
Hello, good morning. Thanks for joining me. It's a pleasure to speak with you today. My name is Mia Jung. I am a clinical pharmacologist in the Compliance Enforcement Branch, and I work with our earlier speaker, Cheryl Grandinetti, and our next speaker, Kasa Ayalu, in CEDAR's Office of Compliance, Office of Scientific Investigations. In this half hour, I will be speaking on investigator responsibilities. Here are the learning objectives. First, we'll run through good clinical practice standards and FDA regulations governing clinical trials. And next, I'll highlight clinical investigator responsibilities for clinical trial conduct and clinical trial quality. I'll briefly discuss ClinicalTrials.gov requirements and what your role or involvement might be as a clinical investigator with respect to reporting clinical trial information on ClinicalTrials.gov. Throughout, I'll aim to expand on Cheryl's earlier messaging and how risk proportionality applies to clinical investigator oversight of clinical trial conduct. Under FDA's regulations, a clinical investigator is defined as an individual who conducts a clinical investigation. So that is like under whose immediate direction the drug is dispensed to a subject. In the event an investigation is conducted by a team of individuals, the investigator is the responsible leader of the team. Under FDA regulations, a sponsor investigator is defined as an individual who both initiates and conducts an investigation, and under whose immediate direction the investigational drug is administered or dispensed. The requirements applicable to a sponsor investigator include both those applicable to a clinical investigator as well as those applicable to a sponsor. For the context of this clinical investigator training course and this session, I will be speaking to the clinical investigator requirements and responsibilities. So clinical investigators. Clinical investigators hold a critical role not only in driving medical innovation, driving advancements in medical knowledge, treatment options, but are entrusted with ensuring the safety of study participants, the integrity of data, compliance with regulatory and ethical standards in clinical research. They're central. They're central to the clinical trial environment, engaging with many different parties as shown here. Clinical investigators serve as key connection points between the study participant and the trial. Clinical investigators engage with the sponsor, engage with the IRB. FDA has an important role to play in overseeing clinical trials and verifying data submitted to FDA to ensure they're reliable and ensuring that study participants are protected. FDA does this through reviews of protocols and through clinical site inspections. So FDA's legal framework. FDA's legal framework in which clinical investigations are designed, conducted, overseen, and reported starts with the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. Section 505I is the statutory authority for FDA's oversight of clinical investigations to test safety and effectiveness of investigational drugs. CFRs, or Code of Federal Regulations, include regulations describing FDA's authority over the conduct of clinical investigation, whereas guidance documents represent the agency's current thinking on a particular subject. These are not regulations, not laws. These are advisory only to assist regulated entities in complying with regulations. An alternative approach to what may be described in a guidance document may be used if the approach satisfies the requirements of the applicable statute and regulations, or both. So FDA's regulations are intended to ensure the integrity of clinical data on which product approvals are based, and are intended to help protect the rights, safety, and welfare of those who participate in clinical trials. FDA expects clinical investigators to know the relevant regulations and understand the clinical investigator responsibilities and to adhere to those regulatory requirements. I will highlight and cover some of these clinical investigative requirements that fall within these regulations pertaining to clinical trials and good clinical practice. Here is a sort of snapshot of some of the clinical investigator responsibilities and relevant 21 CFR regulations. I leave this here as a resource for you, but again, I'll discuss certain key clinical investigator requirements that fall within these regulations pertaining to clinical trials in the next few slides. So before we go into some of the key responsibilities for clinical investigators, I wanted to quickly touch on this slide again. It's a slide that you saw during Cheryl's session about risk proportionality expectations for clinical investigators. Clinical investigators should ensure a comprehensive and shared understanding of the study's critical to quality factors and potential risks to those critical to quality factors. And the 2 points I really want to focus on are the two last ones: focusing resources and investigator oversight on critical data points in high-risk areas, and assessing risks throughout the course of the study and adapting practices as necessary to respond to new information or unforeseen challenges that might arise in study conduct. We'll touch on this here and there through the rest of this presentation. So investigator responsibilities, they're highlighted and laid out in the statement of the investigator, the form FDA 1572. FDA regulations provide that no investigator may participate in an investigation until he or she provides the sponsor with a completed, signed statement of the investigator. I encourage you to read closely Section 9 of the 1572. It contains 8 important commitments that the investigator agrees to by signing the form. Each of these highlight key expectations of the agency. In signing the 1572, the investigator is agreeing to adhere to the approved protocol with limited exceptions. The investigator is agreeing to ensure potential participants are appropriately consented in accordance with our human subject protection regulations at Part 50. By signing the 1572, the investigator is agreeing to ensure IRB review and approval, committing to prepare and maintain accurate and adequate records, among other things. Under FDA regulations, the clinical investigator retains ultimate responsibility and is required to maintain appropriate supervision of the trial to ensure data reliability and protection of study participants. The investigator is held accountable for study conduct, including those activities that he or she may delegate to members of study staff or service providers. This really underpins the need for the clinical investigator to supervise a clinical study and to make sure that study staff and associates supporting trial conduct are aware of their obligations. As Cheryl had highlighted in her discussion on risk proportionality expectations of clinical investigators, it's critical that investigators ensure sufficient resources available to appropriately conduct the trial, focusing those resources and investigator oversight on critical data points in high-risk areas. The level of investigator oversight of the delegated activities should depend on the nature of the delegated activities and be proportionate to the importance of the data being collected and the risks to trial participant safety. So with respect to delegated trial activities, the investigator should maintain a record of delegated trial activities. So the investigator should ensure a record is maintained of the persons or parties to whom the investigator has delegated trial-related activities. Such documentation should be proportionate to the significance of the trial-related activities. So in situations where the activities are performed during clinical care, delegation documentation may not be required. The investigator should ensure that persons or parties to whom the investigator has delegated trial-related activities are appropriately qualified and are adequately informed about relevant aspects of the protocol, the investigational product, and their assigned trial activities. So with respect to trial-related training to persons assisting in the trial should correspond to what is necessary to enable them to fulfill their delegated trial activities that go beyond usual training and experience. I'd also like to note and highlight something that Cheryl had discussed in her session, risk proportionality expectations for clinical investigators includes assessing risks throughout the study and adapting practices. So that applies here as well for trial-related training. So risk proportionality expectations for clinical investigators include assessing risks throughout the study and adapting trial-related training as necessary to respond to new information or unforeseen challenges that might arise in the course of study conduct. I recommend review of this guidance document as a useful resource. This guidance document clarifies FDA's expectations concerning investigator responsibilities, including supervision, delegation of tasks to qualified individuals. IRB review and approval. So a clinical investigator must assure that an institutional review board, an IRB, that complies with the requirements set forth in Part 56 will be responsible for initial and continuing review and approval of a proposed clinical study. So IRBs have specific obligations and requirements to adhere to ensure, among other things, protection of participants' rights, safety, and welfare. Clinical investigators are responsible for submitting sufficient information, materials to the IRB so that the IRB can meet its regulatory obligations. The clinical investigator should follow institutional policies and procedures for obtaining initial and continuing review and approval of research. Informed consent requirements. Investigators must obtain legally effective informed consent of each study participant to whom the investigational drug is administered, with certain exceptions. Information should be as clear and as concise as possible. Study participants must be given an opportunity to ask questions and receive answers to those questions. Informed consent shall be documented by the use of a written consent form approved by the IRB and signed and dated by the subject or the subject's legally authorized representative at the time of consent. I'll also add whether the informed consent process takes place in person or remotely, the investigator should assure themselves of the identity of their participant or legally authorized representative in accordance to applicable regulatory requirements. Another great set of resources, I recommend you review these on informed consent. In conducting the study, the investigator must ensure that an investigation is conducted according to the signed investigator statement, so that Form FDA 1572, as we discussed earlier. The investigator must ensure the investigation is conducted in accordance to the investigational plan and applicable regulations, must ensure the protection of participants' rights, safety, and welfare, must ensure the control of drugs under investigation. The investigator is required to implement processes, measures, and approaches in a way that's proportionate to the risks to participants and to the importance of data collected. And again, focusing resources and oversight on critical data points in high-risk areas. Data management responsibilities. In generating, recording, and reporting trial data, the investigator should ensure integrity of data under their responsibility, such that data submitted to the agency can be verified for purpose of reconstructing the study. We're talking about complete, consistent, accurate, and I'll add attributable, legible, contemporaneous. As a clinical investigator, you're responsible for preparing, maintaining, or retaining records. The investigator should know and define what is considered a source record, what the methods of data capture are, the location of the study records and the study data, unnecessary transcription steps between source record and data acquisition should be avoided. Changes to source records should be traceable, should not obscure or make no longer available the original entry. Changes should be explained as necessary, whether by some notation or audit trail. Investigators should be provided with timely access to data by the sponsor and are responsible for timely review of data, including relevant data from external sources that can have an impact on participant eligibility, treatment, or safety evaluation. That being said, the protocol may have exceptions for access, for instance, to protect blinding. So I have a pop-up challenge question. Who is responsible for compliance with record keeping and record retention requirements for electronic data remotely collected for a clinical trial? A, sponsor, B, clinical investigator, C, local healthcare provider, D, data storage service provider. The answer is B, clinical investigator. So the clinical investigator is held accountable, held responsible for record keeping and record retention requirements. Clinical investigators, again, are responsible for timely review of data, including relevant data from external sources. They should ensure that they have the means and timely access to data. So, for example, if data is being collected through a web-based portal, web-based administration software for patient-reported outcome data, as a clinical investigator, you should ensure you have timely access to be able to adhere to the regulatory requirements of maintaining those records and record retention. Safety reporting requirements or responsibilities. A clinical investigator's role in safety reporting is to promptly identify, document, and report adverse events and serious adverse events that occur during a clinical trial to the study sponsor or IRB as appropriate. It's important to know the requirements and the procedures for reporting. So again, determine if an adverse event is serious. Report serious adverse events to the sponsor immediately, regardless of whether the investigator believes the SAEs are related to the drug. Record those non-serious AEs and report them to the sponsor as specified in the protocol. Generally, FDA considers a serious, unexpected adverse event that meets the criteria for an IND safety report to be an unanticipated problem involving risk to human subjects or others, and therefore must be reported to the IRB by the investigator. Again, know the requirements and procedures for reporting. As one of the last points to discuss during our time together, ClinicalTrials.gov registration and results information reporting requirements. So ClinicalTrials.gov is a web-based resource managed by the National Library of Medicine at the National Institutes of Health. It provides patients, healthcare professionals, researchers with access to information on clinical studies. It's intended to help patients and healthcare providers identify potential clinical trials, help researchers identify unmet research needs, find collaborators, stay current on developments in their field. And this is all through information sharing regarding clinical trials that have completed or are underway. So while the website's been around for over 20-some years, requirements for registering and reporting results information to ClinicalTrials.gov have really only been the regulations for a few years. The primary responsibilities related to ClinicalTrials.gov are divided between NIH, NLM, and FDA. FDA is responsible for compliance and enforcement related to ClinicalTrials.gov requirements. And the FDA is committed to promoting clinical trial transparency and will continue to advance compliance activities related to this ClinicalTrials.gov database. Applicable clinical trials. So applicable clinical trials are required to be registered on ClinicalTrials.gov. These trials are generally controlled clinical investigations other than phase 1 investigations of any FDA-regulated drug or biological product of any disease or condition. Not all studies on ClinicalTrials.gov are required to register or report results information. In fact, the databank includes a substantial number of studies, such as observational studies, behavioral intervention studies, phase 1 drug trials, among others, that are not required to be registered or report clinical trial information, but that do so voluntarily. Applicable clinical trials, as defined, again, are specifically defined and are subject to ClinicalTrials.gov registration and results information reporting requirements. Applicable clinical trials are subject to ClinicalTrials.gov registration requirements. So generally speaking, applicable clinical trials are required to be registered within 21 days of the first human subject enrolled. This middle column includes a subset of data elements that are required to be included in the registration submission. I'll just name a few, like the study phase, study design, interventions controls, recruitment status, primary, secondary outcome measures, location. And this registration submission information is subject to the National Library of Medicine Quality Control Review. Applicable clinical trials are also required to update clinical trial information and are required to adhere to results information reporting requirements. So generally speaking, results information is required to be reported on ClinicalTrials.gov 1 year after primary completion date, which is specifically defined as the date when the final study participant in a clinical study is examined or receives an intervention to collect the final data for the primary outcome measure. There are certain exceptions or exceptions to the deadline through certification for delayed submission or extension requests. There are also requirements, again, to update clinical trial information every 12 months. I advise that you check out FDA's 3-part webinar series on ClinicalTrials.gov. You can find that on SBIA or FDA's website. During the 3-part webinar series, CEDAR discusses relevant definitions, laws, and regulations for complying with ClinicalTrials.gov registration and results information submission requirements. So who's responsible? What does this mean for you as a clinical investigator? So generally speaking, the sponsor will be considered the responsible party unless a principal investigator or clinical investigator has been designated. The responsible party is responsible for submission of registration and submission of clinical trial information, including results information on clinical trials for applicable clinical trials. Each ACT must have one and only one responsible party. If you as a clinical investigator are designated as a responsible party for registration or reporting clinical trial information of an applicable clinical trial on ClinicalTrials.gov, you need to ensure you understand the expectations and the requirements. Ensure you have access to clinical trial information and the data in order to adhere to the reporting requirements. Again, I recommend you check out FDA's resources, that 3-part webinar series on ClinicalTrials.gov. There are also extensive resources made available, really great, helpful resources available on ClinicalTrials.gov's recently updated website. So challenge question number 2. Who is responsible for ClinicalTrials.gov registration and results information submission? A, study sponsor. B, principal investigator of an investigator-initiated study. C, individual designated by a sponsor, grantee, contractor, awardee. Or D, all of the above. And as you probably guessed, D, all of the above. Again, generally the sponsor is the responsible party. For an investigator-initiated study, the sponsor investigator or the principal investigator is the responsible party. Also, an individual such as a clinical investigator may be designated by a sponsor to be the responsible party. So in conclusion and summary, clinical investigators are ultimately responsible for oversight of the conduct of clinical investigations, compliance with federal law and regulations, upholding good clinical practice, and assuring human participant protection and data integrity. Again, clinical investigators are key players in driving advancements in medical knowledge and treatment options, and are entrusted with that responsibility of oversight of the conduct of clinical investigations, and are entrusted with the responsibility of assuring human participant protection and data integrity, all of which contributes to the development of new therapies and improvements in healthcare. It has been a pleasure to present during this course. I'm happy to take any questions during the panel session. At this point, I turn it over to Kasa Ayaliu, Division Director for the Division of Clinical Compliance Evaluation, who will speak on international clinical trials. Thank you again.
Thank you for the introduction. Welcome and hello everyone. My name is Kasa Ayaliu. I am the Director for Division of Clinical Compliance Evaluation, which is a division in the Office of Scientific Investigations at the Center for Drug Evaluation and Research. We will be discussing about international clinical trials and recent ICH 6R3 updates in relation to your role as international clinical investigators in FDA-regulated research. The presentation has 2 objectives. The first objective is to highlight the significance of international clinical trials in FDA-regulated research from a GCP perspective. The second objective of this presentation is to discuss the ICH 6R3 updates that are relevant to your role as clinical investigators. As you all know, the contribution of international clinical trials in medical product development is generally well understood and well characterized. International clinical trials provide us access to a wide range of population across the globe, which help to improve the generalizability of clinical trial result. They also help to reduce the cost of clinical trials by accelerating patient recruitment, facilitating faster development and approval of medical product on a global scale. By conducting trials in multiple countries, the time to gather clinical trial data is reduced, and that can lead to faster regulatory submission and a quicker market entry for important life-saving treatments. International clinical trials also allow the sponsors of medical products to enter multiple markets across multiple regions simultaneously. At one time, approximately 80% of approved NDAs and BLAs had contained data from global sources, underscoring the significance of international clinical trials in FDA submissions. This reflects the increasing globalization of clinical trials, with many pharmaceutical companies conducting clinical studies across multiple countries to access diverse patient population, reduce recruitment, and lower costs. As highlighted on the previous slide, clinical trials are global, and they may be conducted under a variety of scenarios. For instance, some trials may be taking place entirely outside the United States. Also, the FDA does not require the inclusion of U.S. participants in international clinical trials. The inclusion of U.S. participants will be crucial for FDA evaluation, especially if the trial results are intended to support regulatory approval in the U.S. Let's look into the conduct of clinical trials outside the U.S. For trials conducted outside the United States, an IND may not be required. However, if a trial is conducted outside the U.S. under an IND requirements must be met unless they are waived. Form FDA 1572. If a clinical trial is conducted under an IND, completing Form FDA 1572, which is known as the Statement of the Investigator, is mandatory. The form shown on the right of the screen serves as a formal confirmation from the investigator that they have reviewed and understood the study protocol, agreed to follow it, and will comply with all applicable FDA regulations. It also helps to ensure that the investigators adhere to FDA requirements. Form FDA 1572 is not required for non-IND studies. Form FDA 1572 signature waiver. The FDA 1572 signature is mandatory for IND studies. Investigators conducting FDA-regulated trials outside the U.S. may request a waiver from this requirement if local regulations forbid them from signing the Form FDA 1572. To be granted this waiver, investigators must agree to alternative commitments, including adherence to ICH 6 good clinical practice, ensuring informed consent is obtained from trial participants, and receiving approval from an independent review board or independent ethics committee. If the waiver is granted, foreign investigators can proceed with their IND studies without having to sign the highlighted section of the Form FDA 1572 as shown in yellow on the right side of the screen. Let's look into FDA's expectation of clinical investigators during GCP inspections. FDA inspections are focused on ensuring compliance with GCP and regulatory requirements. Regardless of the trial's location, clinical investigators are expected to comply with federal regulations. They are expected to demonstrate a thorough understanding of the trial, as well as to be knowledgeable about their regulatory responsibilities. Let's look into the inspection areas of focus. As stated earlier, the FDA conducts risk-based inspection of international clinical investigators to ensure adherence to GCP and FDA regulatory requirements. The inspections are designed to ensure that clinical trials are conducted with the highest ethical standards, the participant safety is protected, and that the data collected is reliable and accurate for regulatory review. The focus of clinical trial inspections include ensuring strict adherence to the approved protocol, verifying the informed consent process and IRB oversight, and comparing line listing with source records to confirm data accuracy and quality. Inspections also review the participant enrollment process, monitoring activities, and reporting to sponsor to ensure transparency and safety. Compliance with regulations such as safety reporting, financial disclosures, and protocol updates is assessed along with the proper control of investigational product and retention of records. These areas collectively ensure that trials are ethically conducted, participant safety is prioritized, and data integrity is maintained. To provide you an overview of the scope of clinical investigator inspection in a single year, we have the pie chart displayed to the right of the screen. In 2023 alone, CITC conducted a total of 445 GCP-related clinical investigator inspections related to marketing applications submitted to the FDA. About 70% of those inspections were carried out in the US, while the remaining 30% took place internationally. Most inspections for drugs and biologics for applications submitted to CITC occurred in the US and Europe. The FDA may choose to mainly conduct its inspections within the US if there are sufficient US data, there are no conflicting results between the US and the foreign data, and if there are no reports of serious scientific misconduct from foreign sites. What are the common inspectional observations? Common inspectional observations made by the FDA during international clinical investigator inspections include findings related to protocol adherence, source documentation, drug accountability, the informed consent process and procedures, and adverse drug reaction reporting, as well as issues related to IRB communication. Let's discuss now about the FDA's acceptance of foreign data and updates to ICH E6R3, as both are vital for international clinical investigators involved in FDA-regulated research. As stated before, the FDA accepts data from foreign study as long as those studies are well designed, they are conducted by qualified investigators, and comply with GCP standards. Additionally, in order to accept the foreign data, the FDA must be able to validate the data through inspections if necessary. Compliance with ICH E6 is essential in the FDA decision-making process regarding the acceptance of the foreign data from non-IND studies. Therefore, it is important to review the ICH E6 updates that are relevant to international clinical investigators. We already discussed that ICH E6 provides GCP standards to ensure that international clinical trials are ethically conducted, they are scientifically sound, and they produce reliable data. The guideline, first approved in 1996, has evolved through revisions with E6R3 currently available as a draft. The updates to ICH E6 guideline are expected to further strengthen the FDA's ability to rely on foreign data by facilitating global development of medical products. The purpose of ICH E6 updates is to modernize and update the Good Clinical Practice Guideline, providing guidance for various clinical trial designs and promoting innovation. The updates aim to emphasize a risk-based, proportionate approach to trial design and conduct, while also addressing the complexity of clinical trials in the current global regulatory landscape. The development strategy for ICH E6R3 consists of overarching principles and two annexes. Annex 1 consists of consideration for interventional clinical trials. Annex 2 provides additional GCP considerations for trials that use wider range of design elements and data sources, such as decentralized elements, pragmatic elements, and real-world data. When complete, ICH E6R3 will be composed of overarching principle and two annexes. What are the key updates in ICH E6R3 relevant to clinical investigators? The key updates in ICH E6R3 include a recommendation about the use of varied approach to informed consent, i.e. the guidance recommends the use of a varied approach of informed consent, such as digital or paper or hybrid. It also has clarification about training requirement for study staff, emphasizing training should correspond to what is needed at the site for a specific study or for a specific person. The guidance also clarifies expectation regarding the use of computerized systems provided by the sponsor versus those available at the clinical practice site. It also further clarifies the expectation for sponsor investigators regarding the use of service providers during the conduct of clinical trials. ICH 6R3 update clarifies expectations regarding identification and maintenance of source records and timely data review both by clinical investigators and sponsors. The key updates also contain clarification about requirement for delegation documentation. For example, where the clinical trial activities are performed in accordance with routine clinical care, delegation may not be needed. What's next for ICH 6R3? The next one, draft of the updated ICH 6 guideline has been published in May 2023, and Annex 2 is currently under development. The final E6R3 guideline will replace the current E6R2, which has been in effect since November 2016. A training program for ICH 6R3 is being developed to provide the clarification and supplementary explanation. A couple of challenge questions to test our knowledge on international clinical trials and regulatory expectations. I'm going to read the questions for you, and once I have finished reading, you may identify the best answer from the options provided. Challenge question number 1. Which of the following statement is true regarding clinical investigations conducted outside the United States? A. Investigator must always submit an IND to the FDA. B. All clinical trials must adhere to FDA regulations regardless of location. C. IND submissions are only required for phase 3 trials. D. Investigators are not required to conduct their investigations under an IND. The correct answer for challenge question number 1 is D. Investigators are not required to conduct their investigations outside the United States under an IND. Moving to the second challenge question, which is about validation of clinical trial data submitted in marketing application. Challenge question number 2. Why is it important for the FDA to validate the data from clinical trials submitted in marketing applications? A. To determine whether the clinical trial participants were compensated appropriately. B. To determine the commercial value of the product and ensure it will be profitable. C. To guarantee that the clinical trial investigators receive appropriate compensation for their work. And D. None of the above. The correct answer for challenge question number 2 is D. The other 3 choices were incorrect. The FDA validated the data from clinical trials submitted in marketing applications to ensure that the data are reliable for evaluating the safety and efficacy of the product. To wrap up this talk, I would like to share with you a couple of take-home points. As discussed during the presentation, international clinical trials are vital for generating data to support drug approvals. As clinical investigator, it is important to fully understand FDA regulatory requirements and ICH 6 good clinical practice standards to ensure successful trial conduct and data acceptance by the FDA. Here are some helpful resources that may help you further explore about international clinical trials and ICH 6 updates. Thank you all for your time and attention today. It has been a pleasure to share the information about international clinical trials and ICH 6 updates with you. Should you need to get in touch or have follow-up questions, you may contact me using my email address provided here.
Thank you very much to our speakers, to Cheryl, Mia, and Casa for a very detailed overview of trial quality and considerations, the responsibilities of investigators in international trials. We've got a lot of questions from members of the audience. So the first question, let's see, is addressed to Cheryl, and the question is, are we moving towards more risk-based monitoring? Cheryl, any thoughts?
Thank you so much, Leonard, for that question. That's a great question. So FDA has really been promoting risk-based monitoring for the past 15 years. In 2013, we published a final guidance on risk-based monitoring, which covered oversight of the clinical investigation. And then most recently in 2023, we also published a Q&A guidance on risk-based monitoring. So, at this point, we do expect sponsors to implement risk-based monitoring and to be using risk-based monitoring. So, I would, rephrase that, like, not are we expecting people to move towards, we are expecting that they have and are doing risk-based monitoring. So I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, Cheryl. And in fact, the next question is very related, so I'm going to ask this one to you as well. It's a good question. What if we don't know the risk factors when we design the experiment? Can we modify the design after we identify the risk factors for the trial, after the trial has been initiated? This is because sometimes there may be unknown risk factors until the trial is started. So how does that relate to risk-based monitoring and changing mid-course?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question, Leonard. I think that is another great question. So, first, for the first part, there is a lot of critical thinking that goes into identifying, the critical to quality factors of your trial and the risk to those critical to quality factors, and also the risk mitigation strategies to mitigate the risk to those critical to quality factors. So this really is a multidisciplinary approach. So, when sponsors are designing the protocol, they really need to involve multiple perspectives. Like the clinical investigators, they need to talk to the data managers, they need to talk to their service providers, they need to get a patient perspective, to help them identify, all these things. And then the sponsor really needs to communicate what's critical to quality to all those involved in the trial so that everyone, understands and focuses, their, clinical investigators can focus their oversight, service providers can focus, what they're doing to ensure that, they get right what they need to get right. And all of this, really does entail critical thinking. And so from a clinical investigator perspective, like I said, you're probably wondering, I think I mentioned this in the presentation, what are some strategies that you can do? And I think it's really essential that you understand the protocol and identify and what has been identified as critical to quality. And it may involve having a conversation with the trial sponsor to discuss, the critical elements. And then it's, really important to assess the risk associated with these critical factors, specifically, to identify which processes at your site are most vulnerable to errors or deviations, and the potential consequences of those risks to the the critical to quality factors. And it really does require anticipating risks before they occur and determining, where more robust site procedures or additional reviews may be necessary. And then in terms of, whether, I think the last part was whether you should adapt, and you most certainly need to be flexible and adaptive throughout the trial, adjusting, your processes and procedures as new risks emerge, and to ensure the quality and that safety are not compromised. So I hope that was helpful.
Thanks, Cheryl. No, I think that was a very comprehensive answer. Obviously, I think the emphasis is to try and avoid unexpected risk factors by being discerning and involving many people in the discussion. And obviously, when things do arise, there's some flexibility. So I have another question. This time it's for Mia. Numerous Laura's question was regarding delegating study-related activities to the clinical coordinator, site management organizations, including non-research staff and pharmacy staff. What is the investigator's responsibility for overseeing the delegated activity and ensuring that the study coordinator is adequately trained and qualified to perform these activities? So this is a question of oversight and training. Mia?
Hi, this is a really excellent question, and actually quite a common situation. It's really quite common practice and acceptable for investigators to delegate certain study-related tasks to employees and colleagues, but also to third parties such as individuals or entities like site management organizations or like non-research staff such as pharmacy that are not necessarily under the direct supervision of the investigator. So even in situations where the clinical investigator may be supported by the sponsor for identification of a third-party service provider, or in any situation where there's delegated tasks under FDA regulations, the clinical investigator retains that ultimate responsibility and is required to maintain appropriate supervision of the trial, ensuring data reliability and protection of study staff or study participants. So when tasks are delegated by an investigator, the investigator is responsible for providing adequate supervision of those tasks delegated and are accountable for, ensuring regulatory compliance. But given that responsibility, I think the best way to address this is, I would like to point out that something that you would want to consider are aspects that FDA considers that we focus on during our inspections with respect to adequacy of supervision and oversight. Such as like individuals, whether individuals who are delegated tasks are qualified to perform those tasks, whether the study staff or third-party vendors are receiving adequate training in order to perform that specific task, particularly those when involving critical quality factors. Other aspects, again, like the adequate supervision and involvement of ongoing study procedures. As for specific recommendations or strategies, FDA may provide, suggestions on approaches through guidance documents. However, generally our position is that you identify what best meets the needs and accommodations of your organization so that you can satisfy the requirements of the applicable statutes and regulations. I hope that answers this question, but before I turn it back over to you, Leonard, I would like to point out, I will say that my presentation and the responsibility, as I highlighted, the responsibilities are really a heavy burden. But I would also like to assure that as clinical investigators, your work is the cornerstone of advancing science and medicine. And like with each challenge overcoming in complying with the regulatory requirements and overseeing the numerous study staff and ensuring data quality and subject safety. Just generally, it's a closer step to breakthroughs in the future of healthcare. So I just want to commend clinical investigators for, their dedication and perseverance. I think that's something I'd also like to highlight, given the heavy burden of as a clinical investigator.
Thanks, Mia. And I would definitely echo that. I think it's a very good point that we certainly understand the burden on investigators. And obviously, we very much appreciate their role in clinical drug development. So let's change gears a little bit. And I have a question here for Casa, a challenging question in my view. For international clinical trials, what takes precedence, international or local regulations? Casa, any thoughts?
Thank you, Leonard. And both are very important. And the clinical investigators are expected to abide by both regulations. And there is no contradiction. And there may be, we do appreciate there are regional differences in terms of regulatory expectations. And clinical investigators are expected, depending on the type of study that they are involved with, whether it's an IND-based study or an non-IND study, to meet the expectation, the global standard. Whether if it is an non-IND study, we do anticipate clinical investigators to conduct their studies according to GCP. And if they signed up for 1572, the expectation also to meet the FDA regulatory requirements. But in general, even though there may be some differences from regulation perspective between different countries, the expectation by FDA is to have clinical investigators meet the expectation by both FDA as well as the local regulatory requirements. Leonard, I hope that answers, and they are complementary, not contradictory in general.
Yeah, thanks very much, Casa. I think that's obviously a very sensible way to approach this. I mean, people have to respect the regulations wherever they apply. I have another question for you, Casa. Also, I think a lot of interest in international implementation of trials. What kind of inspection, or how, I guess, are the steps taken to inspect and validate foreign data? So really in question on how we implement inspections on foreign data.
All right, thank you, Leonard, for the question again, and that is a very important. And the inspectional approach that we use here in the US as well as across the globe are very similar, but they take into account the various contexts that may come with this particular clinical study and the particular region. And we do on-site inspection, but before any inspection, actually, there would be a lot of work preparing for the inspection. And FDA reviewers look into the data, try to understand exactly at the site level what may have transpired or what may have occurred, and also the importance of that particular site in terms of reported data to the FDA, and gather information, and then inspection would be planned. And one of the main reasons for the inspection is to verify the reliability of data submitted to the marketing application to FDA. Therefore, inspectors will, whether it is remotely or on-site in person, they verify the data submitted with the source records that are available at a particular site. Of course, the operational approaches are changing, and people have been talking about clinical trials with decentralized elements. And in those instances, we would try to locate the best place where we can verify the data. That's what I would say, Leonard. Back to you. Thank you very much again.
Thanks, Casa. So I guess in general, the same principles as we apply locally. Cheryl, I'd like to turn back to you with a two-part question. Let's see if we can unpack this one. When a sponsor provides an electronic system to the site for use during a trial, for example, an ECOA, what, if anything, should the site ask the sponsor to ensure the electronic system is fit for purpose and that it meets 21 CFR Part 11 requirements? So in other words, the question is, what should the site ask of the sponsor to ensure that the system is fit for purpose? And the second part of the question, which I can repeat later, is if there's a data integrity issue specifically related to the system that the sponsor provided, could the site receive a 483 warning letter for the data integrity issue? So could the site be held responsible for the system that the sponsors implemented? Able to tackle that one, Cheryl?
Yes, thank you. And that is really, honestly, an excellent question, because we do get this question a lot. And, you know, we recently put out a guidance, I think it was in November of 2024, on use of electronic, it's a final guidance, use of electronic systems, electronic records, and electronic signatures in clinical investigations. It's a Q&A guidance. And, you know, that guidance does address the responsibilities for these systems and ensuring that they're fit for purpose. So I'll explain the fit for purpose assessment next, but I do want to talk about who's responsible for ensuring that a system is fit for purpose. And in the guidance, we do address that, and we talk about this in terms of who is deploying the system. So if a sponsor is deploying a system, and this includes any system that they have contracted a service provider to provide, they need to ensure that that system is fit for purpose. They need to do the assessment and that it does what it intends to do in that, for the purposes of that clinical trial. The investigator site has the responsibility for using that system appropriately and using it according to the training that they received. And so in terms of like a 483 citation, if there's something wrong with the system design, or the system doesn't have adequate audit trails, or the system is not capturing the data in a way that we can tell that it's attributable, it's unlikely that the site is going to get a citation. We're going to go back to the sponsor who was responsible because they deployed that system. However, if the site uses the system wrong, if they're sharing passwords and other people are entering data under someone else's password, or they're doing something where they cause the data quality issue, then most likely the site will be cited. If you review the system that the sponsor is deploying and you see that it doesn't have appropriate audit trails, or you have questions about something, then you could go back and discuss these with the sponsor. But really, it's going to be the sponsor. It falls on the sponsor's responsibility to ensure that that system is fit for purpose if they deployed it. I hope that answers the question.
Thanks, Cheryl. I think that's a very clear answer. I mean, there's aspects which the sponsor is clearly responsible for, and there may be aspects in implementation which the site carries the responsibility for. Mia, I have a question for you. It's a simple one, but obviously important answer. If we need assistance with filling out ClinicalTrials.gov forms, who can we contact? Any advice there?
Yes, that's actually a really great question. I do have a simple answer for that, as well as maybe I might expand. So it's a great question. So in the simple answer is you contact NIH at register@clinicaltrials.gov, which is an email address, and you would contact them directly through email. The elaborated question is, as I was noting in the presentation, the primary responsibilities are split between NIH, NLM, and FDA, and FDA being responsible for compliance and enforcement activities. But NIH is responsible for maintaining the database itself. So that's the reason why the primary contact for submitting information to ClinicalTrials.gov, you would be working directly with register@clinicaltrials.gov. So you'd be, if you have questions about regulations at 42 CFR Part 11, or questions about how to register or how to create an account through PRS, any technical issues, you would contact them directly. I also do want to take this quick moment because I recognize that during my presentation, I did not speak to the types of compliance actions that FDA may take. So I just wanted to take this quick opportunity to expand on that. So at FDA, we take a risk-based approach to prioritizing compliance and enforcement actions. So essentially, like prioritizing those that pose the highest or greatest risk to public health. So we might issue a preliminary notice of noncompliance, which you might find on FDA's website, as well as a notice of noncompliance. And the intent is to encourage voluntary compliance. So for example, like failure to address potential violations of results information reporting, or not registering a trial. These letters are publicly available. So if you go to FDA's website, you'll see that they are available. Again, generally, the first step would be ideally voluntary compliance, but FDA may issue a preliminary notice of noncompliance, which if you're not addressing those violations, the next step would be a notice of noncompliance. and or civil money penalties. So in general, our agency is encouraging sponsors, researchers to uphold their legal and ethical responsibilities in registering and submitting trial results information. Again, I think, I believe they posted the link to the 3 parts webinar series in the Q&A box. But again, the short answer was contact them at register@ClinicalTrials.gov. Thanks, Leonard.
Thanks very much, Mia, and thanks for expanding a little bit on the communications that we can issue. I think it's very helpful for investigators to understand this. I'm going to turn back to Casa with an interesting question. This is very perceptive. Different ethnic groups in clinical practice need to be considered. We did a clinical trial in Asia and Europe. Could we use such data to represent such ethnic groups in the US? Casa, any thoughts?
Thank you very much, Leonard. And yes, indeed. I mean, as everybody knows, if the emphasize and one is that, I mean, it's going to help us in having the ability to generalize the study results for the people across the globe. Of course, the equity issue also may be raised. Therefore, wherever it may be, I mean, if they encourage clinical investigators and others to include diverse patient population. And I think I saw also a couple of similar questions, Leonard, along that line. And just what I want to emphasize is diversity, and that we have been emphasizing the need to diversify patients. When I say diversity, not only ethnicity, gender, age group, and different kind of groups. I think that helps the strengths of the result in terms of the inference that we make on any medical product. That's what I would say, Lena, back to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Gus, and I completely agree. I mean, people don't just stay in one place. People travel all over the world. Some come here, some from here leave to other places. So I don't think it makes a difference where you come from. It's just that we get the correct representation of populations with different sort of genetic constitutions, so on. Exactly. So let's see, I think we're almost out of time. I have a long question, but let's see if we can get through some of this. Cheryl, for you, thanks for an excellent presentation. Can you speak to whether an emphasis on critical to quality factors might affect BIMO, clinical investigator and sponsor investigator inspections? Critical to quality factors might affect BIMO inspections. Could this impact what field investigators focus on during either routine pre-approval inspections or other types of inspections? Any thoughts there, Cheryl?
Yeah, again, another excellent question. So thank you for that question. So yes, it will, and it is impacting our inspection assignments. So, you know, this is an exercise that we do internally about identifying when an application comes in-house. We work with the review division about identifying what's most important to their review, and we try to focus our inspections on those. And this afternoon, you know, I don't want to, I don't know, bust the balloon or bust the bubble for what people are going to present this afternoon, because you're going to hear a lot more about inspections in session 2 today. But I will say that, you know, we do make an effort to focus on what is most important, you know, to the review division in the review. So, and it will impact what the field investigators are also going to look at during inspections.
Great, thank you very much. So that brings us to the end of our session here. On behalf of ourselves, the organizers, and on behalf of the attendees, I wanted to thank you folks for an excellent discussion here and excellent presentations. We're going to be taking a break. We will reconvene at 15 minutes past the hour, so you have 25 minutes to refresh yourselves. And this afternoon's session will be led by my colleague, Kim Smith. Thank you.
hope everyone got a chance to stretch their legs a little bit and grab something to eat. We are on the home stretch as we embark upon the final session of our 3-day event. And I sincerely hope that each and every one of you has gained some degree of knowledge or some practical tidbit that you could go back and implement almost immediately within your specific roles. So as we go back to our last session here, I would like to formally introduce Dr. Kimberly Smith, who is also a captain in the United States Public Health Service. Thank you for your service, Dr. Smith. And Dr. Smith is a senior medical advisor within the Office of Medical Policy at CDER. Please help me welcome Dr. Smith. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brenda. And I have the pleasure of introducing the speakers for our final session. So our first speaker this afternoon will be Cara Alfaro with a presentation on FDA's Good Clinical Practice Compliance Review for NDAs and BLAs. She'll be followed by Michelle Anantha, who will speak on the Clinical Investigator Inspection Readiness. And then finally, we'll have a presentation by Emily Jebbia, who will share with us information on FDA's use of alternative approaches to evaluate GCP compliance. With that, I will hand it over to Cara for the first presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. You know, I wish this class would have been offered when I was a clinical investigator. Fast forward 30 years, and here I am presenting in such a course, but from the regulatory perspective. I'd like to thank the course coordinators for providing me with this opportunity, and I hope that this presentation on FDA's Good Clinical Practice Compliance Review will be informative and maybe even a little illuminating. So in this presentation, I'll provide a very brief overview of FDA's bioresearch monitoring program. I'll discuss the Good Clinical Practice Inspection process and the role of the Office of Scientific Investigations in the GCP review process. And I'll also share a case example from a clinical investigator inspection in which there were potential data reliability findings. So FDA's bioresearch monitoring program is a comprehensive program of on-site inspections and data audits designed to monitor all aspects of the conduct and reporting of FDA-regulated research. Our objectives to ensure that the rights and welfare of human research participants are protected, to verify the quality and integrity of research data, and to ensure that FDA-regulated research is conducted in compliance with applicable regulations. Now, we conduct over 1,500 domestic and foreign inspections annually that involve different compliance programs. And I have not listed all of them all here, but I've given some examples. And they include GCP inspections, which I'll speak more about in this presentation, GLP inspections, in vivo bioavailability and bioequivalence studies, institutional review board inspections, and paid and REMS inspections. And the Office of Scientific Investigations coordinates inspections for many of these compliance programs. So how are we organized, you may ask? Well, we have an office director, and we have two divisions, a division of enforcement and post-marketing safety, and the division of clinical compliance evaluation. Under the first division, we have two branches. The Compliance Enforcement Branch, and they're responsible for enforcement actions, and I know that you'll be hearing more about that in other presentations. The Post-Marketing Safety Branch, and they coordinate REMS and paid inspections. And under the Division of Clinical Compliance Evaluation, we also have two branches, the GCP Compliance Oversight Branch, and they coordinate inspections for complaints and also IRB surveillance inspections. And then we have the GCP Assessment Branch, and they coordinate inspections for NDA and BLA submissions. And I'll be focusing most of my talk on from the perspective of the assessment branch, since that's where I reside. So we'll be talking mostly about inspections that are for NDA and BLA submissions. So what is good clinical practice when we talk about these types of inspections? Dr. Ayalu mentioned GCP in his presentation, but the definition is a standard for the planning, initiating, performing, recording, oversight, evaluation, analysis, and reporting of clinical trials that provides assurance that the data and reported results are reliable. and that the rights, safety, and well-being of trial participants are protected. And this definition actually comes from the International Council for Harmonization, E6R3, which is draft. It's not finalized yet, but that's their language, and it's consistent with FDA's current thinking on GCP. So when we talk about GCP inspections, what types of inspections are we talking about? Well, these primarily involve clinical investigators, sponsors, sponsor investigators, or contract research organizations. And again, because of the audience here, I'll be focusing most of my comments and examples on clinical investigator inspections. But please keep in mind that we do a host of other GCP inspections. So in fiscal 2023, and again, this data is for the assessment branch only. This is not all GCP inspections across FDA. So we conducted over 400 foreign and domestic GCP inspections. And as you can see, the vast majority were clinical investigator inspections, 82%. That shouldn't be a surprise because obviously there are more clinical investigators than there are CROs or sponsors. But we also do a fair share of sponsor and CRO inspections. It may be a surprise to you all that GCP inspections are actually not required as part of the application review process. But they are usually requested by a review division for new molecular entities and for efficacy supplements, especially if there is new dosing that could in fact potentially increase safety risks, for example, a new population, for example, a more vulnerable population such as a pediatric population, or a new indication that might be very different. Inspections may also be requested if there are lots of major protocol deviations in an application that merit follow-up, serious adverse events, or even issues related to maintaining the integrity of a blind, for example. So these are other factors where a review division could consult us and set up inspections for clinical investigators or sponsors or CROs. So I'd like to take a few moments to go over the GCP inspection process, and I'll be focusing most of my discussion in the next few slides on how we select sites for inspection, but I would like to give you an overview of the entire process, and then I'll comment specifically in future slides on some aspects of this process. So first we do select sites, and again, in future slides I will go into more detail about that. OSI then issues an inspection assignment to OII, and that's the Office of Inspections and Investigations. And this was formerly ORA, so we just changed things to confuse everyone, including ourselves. I'll be calling it ORA for a while until I get used to it, but now it's OII. And then the BIMO investigator for OII conducts the inspection. The BIMO investigator provides an establishment inspection report, which is called an EIR, and they recommend an initial classification. And again, I'll go through what those classifications are in future slides. OSI determines the final classification based on review of that EIR, that report, evidence, and any response that may have been submitted from the clinical investigator or inspected entity. And then OSI communicates the inspection outcome to the inspected entity. But as I mentioned, I'm going to spend a little bit more time talking about how do we choose the sites that are going to be selected. And really another name for that is, how did you become the very lucky one? So when we're looking at what potential sites may be inspected, we work very closely with the review division and statisticians. We use a clinical investigator site selection tool that assists us in the site selection process. And the next slide will go over more details about that tool. This tool, the data from this tool, is generated from data submitted by sponsors. And if you want to know, it's called a clinsite.xpt file, and also OSI internal metrics. And this is a web-based site selection tool that was developed by FDA to assist in this process. So this gives you sort of a snapshot of what the tool actually looks like. This tool ranks site risk using an algorithm based on site attributes, some of which I've listed here. So these include things such as enrollment, efficacy outcome, complaints, numbers of SAEs, numbers of protocol deviations, and time since last inspection. So the tool will actually risk rank the site based on these attributes. And you can also look individually at how that site compares with the average of all sites in the application. Now, the results of this tool, this risk ranking, it's really just a starting point for discussions about site selection. We look more granularly at such things as complaints, for example, to see if a specific complaint was significant and relevant to the current application. So we don't just take, the first 5 sites that show up on this tool and just that's where we go. It's not as simple as that. Of course it's not. So we do look more granularly at some of these attributes to see how significant they may be when determining what site to actually inspect. But there are also that we look at that are not captured in this tool. One of those would be the significance of protocol deviations, for example. The site selection tool will risk rank sites based on numbers of protocol deviations, and usually it's divided into important and non-important protocol deviations. So here I'm speaking more about the important protocol deviations since we would likely focus on that. But we look at the types of protocol deviations, not just the overall number. We have to then go into the data line listings that are submitted by the sponsor to get an idea about the description of the protocol deviation and how significant it might be. So that's more of a granular level, not just looking at the number. However, we also consider that sites with very low or zero important protocol deviations could also be problematic from an underreporting perspective. So, it's never as simple as it seems. We actually do a lot of thinking about these attributes as we're going through this process of selecting sites. We also look at individual site impact on efficacy variables. Now, the previous slide did say that efficacy outcome was one of the attributes, and that's true. And you can look at the efficacy at a particular site, and you can look at how it compares to the overall average or mean. But the tool does not do a statistical analysis where it drops a site and sees what happens to the p-value, for example. And that's what statisticians will do for us. So we're in very close communication with statisticians, and they do those various analyses. And that helps us to look at the impact of an individual site. And if there is a particular site that drives efficacy or is very impactful on a p-value, then it's very likely we would go to that site for data verification for efficacy data. But again, the tool does not do that analysis for us. We may also look at GCP issues that were raised by the sponsor. For example, perhaps they did various sensitivity analyses, and we would want to know why a particular site was excluded, for example, and maybe we would go to that site and verify data on which the exclusion was based. Also, if there was a site terminated due to GCP issues, we may want to go to that site. And sometimes we look at unblinding that is not captured as a protocol deviation necessarily. It may be somewhere else in the application. So we spend a lot of time looking very closely all through the application for different things that may help us to determine or make a very good decision on where we want to spend our resources as far as site selection for inspections. So sometimes unblinding could be captured in a clinical study report. It could be in some other data set somewhere. So again, we look to try to find if there are other issues that are recorded elsewhere and not captured in protocol deviations, and that does assist us with making that decision about inspections. So after we've identified the sites for inspection, as I mentioned, OSI will issue an inspection to OII and they will conduct the inspection. So on average, we choose about 2 to 3 clinical sites per protocol chosen for the inspection. And by protocol, usually it's phase 3 trials, sometimes it's phase 2 trials. It just depends. Sometimes we choose more than 3 sites. We usually don't choose less than 2. So on average it's 2 to 3, but again, there's a lot of wiggle room there, and it really depends on, the particular protocol, how much, how high the enrollment numbers are, et cetera. So there's lots of things that go into that, but I say on average 2 to 3, which seems like a very few number of sites. If you look at the, how many sites are usually enrolled in clinical trials, especially phase 3 studies. So it is a small snapshot. It is only usually 2 to 3. And what are we looking at with clinical trial conduct? Well, we're looking to see whether the study was conducted according to protocol. And usually we're looking at things such as eligibility criteria, perhaps blinding procedures, administration of investigational product, for example. Does the study conduct comply with federal regulations? And by that I mean IRB approvals, consent procedures, financial disclosure, things of that nature. We also do data verification during inspections. And we do data verification for primary and secondary efficacy data, and sometimes exploratory, for example, rare diseases. But we work very closely with the review division because they are the ones that are letting us know what data they would like verified that helps with their regulatory decision making. So we work very closely with the review division to look at what data they would like us to verify. We also look at adverse events and primarily looking for unreported or underreported adverse events and protocol deviations. So OSI, we are in communication with OII before, during, and after the inspection. We just don't wait at the end for the report and then look at it and go on our merry way. We actually are communicating in real time prior to, during, and after the inspection. And this is really helpful because, as I mentioned, we pick 2 to 3, maybe more clinical sites, so we may have inspections ongoing at different time frames. So if we're communicating with OII for an ongoing or completed inspection and they're finding something that perhaps we hadn't anticipated, then that may help us to inform pending inspections and add that to the assignment. Oh, please look at this because this at this particular site, this was found. So that really is very helpful and very efficient for our inspection process to get that feedback in real time. And OSI may participate in an inspection as a subject matter expert. So review divisions do consult OSI to request inspections, as I mentioned, and inspections are not mandatory. But we do work very closely with the review division during the entire NDA BLA review process. We actively participate in important milestone meetings. And we communicate to the review division inspection findings in real time. Again, we're not waiting until the end till we have all the reports, and the PDUFA date is just about to loom and an action is going to be taken. That's not the time that we're going to be telling them about what inspection findings happened during inspections. So we do communicate with the review division in real time. And some examples might be if we're finding trends in, maintenance of a study blind, if there's unblinding issues, if there are underreporting of significant adverse events or serious adverse events. We may want to follow up on data anomalies that were identified by the review division. So again, the sooner we get that information to them, definitely it impacts statistical analyses, which are ongoing during the entire review cycle. So the sooner we can communicate any issues with them, the better. And depending on the inspection findings, we could add additional clinical investigator sites to be inspected. If there happens to be an issue that we want to make sure, is it a pervasive issue across all sites, or is it limited to this particular clinical investigator site? So we could add additional sites if we have the time in the review clock to do so. We could add sponsor or CRO inspections if they weren't already scheduled to occur. And more often than not, this generates many information requests to the sponsor to clarify certain data or information that were found on inspections. And it may be that the sponsor, upon receiving information requests, may be contacting you, the clinical investigator, to help them to respond to these requests from the FDA. So the last part of this review process, the investigator provides that final written report, and we pretty much sort of should know what's going to be in the report because, as I mentioned, we've been talking to them. OSI and OII talk to each other, but we do get the finalized report, and that'll include whatever exhibits, and attachments that they have that support whatever they may have found during the inspection. They recommend an initial classification, and we determine the final classification based on that report. Again, exhibits or evidence and whatever response you may have provided. And then we communicate the outcome to the inspected entity, or in this case, the clinical investigator. So I know Dr. Nantha will be speaking in more detail about these compliance classifications during her presentation, but I did want to go over them in a very high level. So there's basically 3 compliance classifications. The first is NAI, no action indicated, and that's if there were no objectionable conditions or practices. The second is VAI, or voluntary action indicated. So there were objectionable conditions or practices noted during the inspection, but it was not at a threshold to take or recommend administrative or regulatory action. And then the one that you really don't want, that's OAI, official action indicated. And these are serious or objectionable conditions that were found and regulatory action was recommended. Now, while I'm on this slide, I wanted to say that for inspections in which OII recommends a VAI or OAI classification, a Form FDA 483 would have been issued at the conclusion of that inspection. There have been cases in which no 483 was issued and the clinical investigator received a VAI letter. And that's what we call it. It's like, you're not going to get a letter that says VAI on it. It just says objectionable conditions or practices were noted. And the clinical investigator is a little bit surprised. What happened? I didn't get a 483. Why do I have this letter? What's going on? Well, if you remember back to that GCP process, OSI actually determines the final classification, not OII. So when OSI reviews that establishment inspection report, they may sometimes determine that there were objectionable findings. Now, many times those were noted as items that were discussed with the investigator, but did not become an item for a 483. So you may already have a clue as to what that may have been. But the objectionable letter will usually reference the finding since you didn't receive a 483 that referenced the finding. So just in case you're ever in that situation, that's what happened. And we call that at FDA, we say we're upgrading the inspection. So we're upgrading the recommendation. But that's what happened behind the scenes in case you're ever surprised and wanted to know how that could have possibly happened. So that's the scenario. And it doesn't happen a lot, but it does happen. So actually, I'd like to share a case example that will illustrate potential data integrity findings and sort of what do we do with that information and how do we relay that to the review. So this is a randomized double-blind phase 3 study. The primary endpoint was the change in a rating scale administered by an examining physician. There were 10 different domains assessed, each scored 0 to 6 based on severity. The examining physician was to enter the electronic clinical outcome assessment, or ECOA ratings, into an e-device during the assessment. Per protocol, ECOA ratings were to be performed prior to a 3-hour investigational product, or IV infusion. In case of e-device malfunction, a paper backup process was in place. And this is a schematic, an illustration of how that process looks. The participant is assessed. The examining physician inputs the data in real time into the e-device, and then the investigational product is administered over 3 hours. Now, during the inspection, we found that IP was administered over 3 hours for 2 subjects or 2 participants. There was an overlap in the administration, which is fine if you have the study staff to do that. That's not a problem. And when we looked at data entry into the e-device, the audit trails revealed that the start time stamps on the e-device indicated that the data were entered sometime after the infusion. And if you note, they were supposed to be entered in real time before. Not only that, but in this particular case, and this will become relevant in another slide or two, the data were entered for 2 separate subjects within about 7 minutes of each other. So the ECOA data were entered after rather than prior to the 3-hour IP infusion. So we had to ask ourselves, when was the assessment actually performed? The examining physician stated that the assessment was completed prior to the infusion, but there was really no documentation to support that. There was no e-device malfunction and no paper source. The clinical investigators stated that data was entered based on examining physician recall, But if you remember, the ECO involved 10 different domains, each scored 0 to 6 based on severity. So we had to question the ability of this physician to recall all ratings for 2 or more subjects to record in an e-device 3 hours or later after the assessment was completed. In this particular case, the examining physician also entered data into the e-device using different physicians' username and login credentials. And that became an issue when we're trying to figure out attribution of the data, who actually did the assessment. For this particular protocol, it was important that the examining physician was to be blinded with no access to subject data. So if the credentials that were used were for a physician that actually had access to this data, then we'd have to be concerned about the maintenance of the study blind in this particular case, since we just don't have correct attribution, at least documentation of correct. So for this inspection, it was classified as VAI based on failure to adhere to the protocol and inadequate and or inaccurate records. The impact on data reliability, we assessed that it was significant, and we recommended to the review division that they conduct a sensitivity analysis. And really, there are responsibilities of the CI and the sponsor with regard to these sorts of issues. The importance of contemporaneous data entry needs to be discussed with the people that are doing the assessments. And really, not sharing login credentials, which sounds pretty basic, but you'd be surprised how often we actually run across that issue. So we have to know, attribution of data. So I do have a few challenge questions. The first one, when choosing CI sites for inspection, which of the following are not usually considered? A, enrollment. B, number of sub-investigators. C, protocol deviations. Or D, impact on efficacy variables. And the answer is number of sub-investigators. Question, which FDA office conducts GCP inspections? Is it A, OND, Office of New Drugs, B, OSE, Office of Surveillance and Epidemiology, C, OII, Office of Inspections and Investigations, or D, OSI, Office of Scientific Investigations? And the answer is OII, Office of Inspections and Investigations. And this wasn't really meant to be a trick question. OSI can participate in inspections as subject matter experts, but it's really OII who are responsible for conducting GCP inspections. So in summary, the goal of GCP inspections is to provide assurance that the data are reliable and that the rights of trial participants are protected. For NDA and BLA submissions, OSI collaborates with review divisions to choose sites for CI inspections. And OSI communicates inspection findings to the review division throughout the NDA BLA review cycle and provides recommendations regarding data integrity. So I want to thank you very much for your attention. I'll be joining the panel at the end of the day to answer any questions you may have. Our next speaker is Dr. Michelle Anantha, and I've worked with her since I joined OSI almost 10 years ago. Time flies. Dr. Anantha will be discussing clinical investigator inspection readiness. Thank you again.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Anantha and I will be discussing clinical investigator inspection readiness. Previous presentations by my OSI colleagues, specifically on clinical investigator responsibilities, international trials, and GCP compliance review for NDAs and BLAs, were a nice setup for this presentation. We'll be reviewing what I hope will be a very practical nuts and bolts and boots on the ground approach to clinical investigator inspections. Well, this presentation is geared towards those who are not familiar with FDA inspections. I hope those that are familiar will find additional helpful information. Let's kick off with a poll question so I learn more about you. Which of the following best describes your current role? A, clinical investigator, B, study coordinator or other staff member at a clinical research site, C, employed by a sponsor, firm, or contract research organization, or D, other. Okay, great, thank you. Let's go back to the presentation. Today's learning objectives are as follows. Describe the purposes, focuses, and types of clinical investigator, or CI as I'll call it, inspections. Explain the inspection timeline and activities. List potential enforcement actions. And provide case examples of for-cause inspections classified as official action indicated, or OAI. FDA will evaluate the CI's clinical trial conduct for compliance with FDA regulations and GCP, including whether the investigation was conducted according to the investigational plan, whether there was control of the investigational product, and if informed consent, as well as IRB review and approval, were obtained. The goals are to ensure the right, safety, and welfare of human subjects, as well as the reliability of the safety and efficacy data submitted to FDA and marketing applications. We can start out by evaluating whether the study was conducted according to the protocol by reviewing such things as the eligibility criteria, the randomization and blinding procedures, study assessments, and administration of investigational product. Note that adherence to the protocol is also an FDA regulatory requirement, and other requirements include safety reporting, IRB approvals and correspondences, informed consent, financial disclosures, records management, and investigational product accountability. The types of CI inspections fall into two buckets. The first bucket is routine or surveillance. These are conducted as part of pre-marketing application reviews, such as that for a new drug application or NDA for drugs, or pre-market approval or PMA for medical devices. They are also conducted to assess compliance with the regulations, usually without FDA's prior knowledge of potential noncompliance issues. The second bucket is for cause. These are conducted to investigate allegations of potential violations that have not already resulted in an official agency action. But how do we learn about such allegations? We can receive referrals from FDA personnel, such as the Centers Review Division. We also receive reports from IRBs regarding unanticipated problems involving risk to subjects, serious or continuing noncompliance with the regulations, or suspension or termination of IRB approval. We also receive reports from sponsors regarding CI site suspensions, for example, an enrollment suspension, or site terminations for GCP noncompliance. And finally, we may receive complaints from study staff and/or subjects. The next section of this presentation will describe the sequence of an inspection. This is the order of activities, and we'll discuss each step in more detail. We generally pre-announce up to 5 days prior to beginning the inspection. And this is how inspections have been typically handled in the past, but whether to pre-announce or not is based on the situation, and inevitably there will be exceptions. As you can imagine, some for-cause inspections are not pre-announced. International or foreign inspections are generally pre-announced because of numerous and complicated logistics such as visas. We, of course, will look at the protocols and where the records are located. On-site, the records may be paper and/or electronic. If there are off-site paper records, these are going to need to be pulled. The anticipated length of the inspection is dependent on the number of protocols inspected, the requested areas of specific focus, and factors at the site like CI and study staff schedules. There should be a separate work area with access to electrical outlets to plug in FDA laptops, as well as access to the internet and a scanner. Oftentimes, a study staff member can scan in paper documents. If the site is at an academic institution, for example, the site may have someone from the research office get involved. Each institution and sponsor may have their own requirements for how to handle an FDA inspection. Therefore, it's recommended that the CI notify the institution and/or the sponsor of an upcoming FDA inspection, because these parties can help the CI prepare for the inspection. Form FDA 482, Notice of Inspection, or 482, is issued by an FDA Office of Inspections and Investigations, or OII, investigator. This is only done for domestic or U.S. inspections and is presented to the most responsible party at the site, which is usually the CI. FDA personnel will present their credentials, and note that these may not be photocopied per FDA policy. The opening meeting is performed day one of the inspection. A subject matter expert may accompany the OII investigator if certain clinical or medical expertise is required. For pre-marketing applications, there may be participation from another regulatory agency, such as the EMA, that will observe the inspection. With regards to paper and/or electronic records reviewed, listed here are examples of common study and subject records, but please note that these lists are by no means complete or exhaustive. The CI and study staff should make themselves available for interviews, meetings, and questions throughout the inspection. A site walkthrough is done to see storage of investigational products, such as in a refrigerator, also to see the examination rooms, laboratory space, etc. In general, FDA procedures require that the OII investigator observe study staff access and navigate through an electronic system. This is also known as providing, quote, over-the-shoulder access. Daily discussions between the OI investigator and site staff is a best practice to avoid any surprises at the end of the inspection, especially if the investigator is considering issuance of a Form FDA 483. As for resources, this CP provides instructions to the OII investigator on what to cover during the inspection. This and other CPs are updated occasionally, and some of them have been updated recently. The IOM provides general instructions on inspections, as well as specific information on BIMO inspections, and is updated annually. If issued, a Form FDA 483 or 483 is a summary of inspectional findings. It is extremely important to note that the 483 items are the OII investigator's observations of possible deviations from the regulations and not necessarily regulatory violations. It's going to be the center that will determine whether each observation is a regulatory violation, and if so, will determine the violation's impact on data integrity and subject safety. The 483 is issued to the inspected entity at the end of the inspection, and the CI may provide a verbal response to the 483 during a closeout meeting. Note that there may be items of concern not listed on the 483 that are discussed in the written inspection report. These don't necessarily rise to the level of a regulatory violation or a regulatory violation significant enough to put on a 483, but do warrant mentioning. Post-inspection activities are conducted by both the CI and the FDA. The CI is given the opportunity to respond in writing to the observations described on the 483 if issued. FDA is responsible for reviewing inspectional documents and assigning a final classification to the inspection. We'll start with post-inspection activities for the CI. Written response to the 483 is optional, but there's definitely good reasons to submit one. First, it demonstrates your acknowledgement and understanding of the observations to us. It also demonstrates your commitment to correct and hopefully prevent the recurrence of the observations. It gives you an opportunity to submit information for determining whether the observation is a supportable regulatory violation and may be considered in the final FDA compliance decision. If you choose to respond, the response must be received by the OII investigator's office within 15 business days after the close of the inspection. The OII investigator's office will forward your written response to the appropriate center for review. As mentioned above, the written response may be considered in the final compliance decision. If it's received after the 15 business day deadline, and if the center is considering a warning letter, the response will be reviewed but will not be discussed in the warning letter. Following our suggested contents of a response to the 483, you should address each observation separately, You should indicate whether you agree or disagree with the observation. You should submit a corrective and preventive action plan, or CAPA, for each observation, noting which actions are already completed and when they were completed, and which actions are planned. You should provide a realistic timeline for completion of each planned action, as well as a method of verifying or monitoring the effectiveness of the actions. You should also submit supporting documentation, such as training records and standard operating procedures, or SOPs, as well as evidence to the contrary if you disagree with an observation. You can also consider including a commitment from senior leadership if, for example, your site is at a major academic medical center or institution. If you're part of a larger organization, this demonstrates the management and other organizational change influencers are on board with plans to improve site compliance. Overall, you should ensure that the response is well-reasoned, easy to follow, comprehensive, and submitted timely. Oh, I also wanted to mention too that you can group similar inspectional observations together when you're addressing the observations and provide a CAPA for those, but otherwise please submit a CAPA for each distinct inspectional observation. Now let's move on to post-inspection activities for the FDA. The OII investigator will draft the Establishment Inspection Report, or EIR, and will submit it, the supporting exhibits, and other documents such as the 483, if it was issued, the 483 written response, and the form FDA 463A, which is an affidavit, if applicable, to the Center for Review and Classification. If the 483 was issued and you choose to respond, I want to remind you that the response must be received by the OII investigator's office within 15 business days after the close of the inspection, and then the investigator's office will forward your response to the appropriate center for review. The center will then review all the inspectional documents and determine the final classification for the inspection. The center will then issue post-inspectional correspondence to the CI. So at this point, you might be thinking, why does the center review and determine the final classification instead of OII just doing it themselves? There are a couple reasons. First, the center has greater resources to be able to fully assess the case, meaning that there are medical and clinical experts in the review divisions and regulatory experts in the center and the Office of Chief Counsel. Second, there might be other inspections that are related and need to be assessed together, such as with a marketing application. And finally, it helps ensure consistency in decision-making across inspections. So, for example, an inspection in Seattle is reviewed and handled under the same criteria as an inspection in New York City. We're often asked, what are the most common regulatory violations observed in CI inspections? Note that these findings are from studies where the investigational product is a drug or a combination product where the primary mode of action is that of a drug, and therefore cite regulations pertaining to drugs. When determining the final classification for the inspection, the center will evaluate whether there are objectionable conditions, meaning an evaluation of whether subjects were exposed to an unreasonable and significant risk of injury, and/or subjects' rights, welfare, and safety were compromised, and/or data integrity and reliability was compromised. The evaluation whether there are objectionable conditions determines the final classification type, which is discussed on the next slide. So the first final classification is no action indicated, or NAI, where no objectionable conditions or practices were found during the inspection. The second classification is voluntary action indicated, or VAI, where objectionable conditions were found and documented, but the center is not prepared to take or recommend any regulatory action. Finally, the third classification is official action indicator, or OII, where objectionable conditions were found and regulatory action is recommended. This is serious noncompliance requiring regulatory action. These violations are significant, and their scope, severity, and/or pattern support findings that subjects have been exposed to an unreasonable and significant risk of illness or injury, and/or data reliability has been compromised, and/or subjects' rights have been seriously compromised. If the inspection is classified OAI by the center may issue one of the following types of letters described on an upcoming slide. Note that NAI and VAI classifications are for deviations from the regulations, but these classifications do not meet the seriousness and significance of those classified as OAI. Now let's discuss some potential enforcement actions. These are the 3 types of letters that may be issued when an inspection is classified OAI by the center, presented in order of increasing severity. An untitled letter cites violations that do not meet the regulatory significance threshold for a warning letter. A warning letter is issued when objectionable conditions reach the threshold for regulatory action. Regulatory violations can be corrected through specific actions, and adherence to a CAPA is highly likely. So what is the threshold for regulatory action? The Regulatory Procedures Manual, or RPM Chapter 4, provides some insight into FDA's thinking on when warning letters are appropriate. You can also look at the FDA warning letter website link for examples of what kinds of issues prompt warning letters. A notice of initiation of disqualification proceedings, an opportunity to explain, or NIDPO letter, initiates proceedings to determine whether a CI should be disqualified from receiving FDA-regulated investigational products. FDA may eventually disqualify a CI if the CI has repeatedly or deliberately failed to comply with applicable regulatory requirements, or the CI has repeatedly or deliberately submitted false information to the sponsor or to FDA in any required report. A disqualified CI is not able to conduct any clinical investigations involving FDA-regulated products. Now let's see how we've assessed previous for-cause inspections and determined a final classification of OAI in 2 case examples that each resulted in a warning letter. The first case example describes a violation of failure to ensure that the investigation was conducted according to the investigational plan, specifically in a pediatric population, which is considered a vulnerable population. This specific protocol required that the study drug be administered according to a subject's weight, as well as in accordance with the protocol's titration schedule for the 20-week titration phase. So this titration phase consisted of specific dose increases at each study visit, and specifically at visit 2 for subjects 12 to less than 18 years old, they were to receive modified dosing. Unfortunately, doses exceeded this weight-based dosing, and in fact, the per protocol daily doses were substantially exceeded and were approximately 10 times the maximum daily dose. This considerably increased the risk of adverse events such as stress syndrome. We concluded from this that overdose in the vulnerable pediatric population raises significant concerns about subject safety. What was the CI's response? He promptly confirmed that no adverse events occurred. He provided instructions to subjects to reduce their dosage to the correct amount and have them come in for unscheduled visits. He also stated that the sponsor did not provide a dose calculator and that the algorithm lacked safeguards to prevent errors. He submitted a CAPA consisting of an SOP for dispensation processes and procedures as well. However, we were unable to determine whether the CAPA was adequate to prevent similar violations in the future because the response did not provide sufficient details about procedures implemented at the site. Therefore, we requested follow-up documentation of these procedures. The second case example also describes a violation of failure to ensure that the investigation was conducted according to the investigational plan. For this protocol, clinician-administered assessments related to efficacy endpoints were to be completed by a rater that was blinded to safety assessments. These blinded assessors were responsible for administering efficacy assessments such as the MATERs at certain study visits. Note that in this protocol, the primary objective was to assess efficacy of the study drug compared to placebo, as assessed by a change in this MATER score from baseline to week 4. In addition, the blinded assessor would not have access to the EDC system and subject source data to avoid potentially unblinding. However, this blinded assessor conducted MATER's assessments but was not blinded to certain safety assessments and performed a physical exam. We concluded in this case that unblinding raises significant concerns about the reliability and integrity of the data collected at this site. CI's response in this case was that he filed a protocol deviation and didn't conduct any additional MATRS assessments. He also submitted a CAPA with the following elements: identification of requirements that concern blinding, an annotation of worksheets that clearly identified blinded assessments. He was going to consult with both the sponsor and a consulting group to provide clarity in understanding protocol ambiguities, and that he and his site personnel would participate in various compliance trainings. As with the first case, FDA was unable to determine whether the CAPA was adequate to prevent similar violations in the future because, again, it did not provide sufficient details about the implementation of proposed practices being instituted at the site. Let's wrap up with 2 challenge questions. The first one, which of the following statements is not true? A, submitting a written response to the 483 is optional but is in your best interest. B, components of a written response include items such as the CAPA for each observation and supporting documentation. C, the most serious final inspection classification is OAI. Or D, items listed on the 483 are always regulatory violations. And the answer is D, items listed on the 483 are always regulatory violations. Question number 2, which of the following choices best completes the sequence of the inspection? So you start with pre-announcement, followed by fill in the blank, then the inspection, followed by the closeout meeting and the 483 if issued, and then finally post-inspection activities. Is it A, call the lawyer, B, gather relevant study records, C, in 482 an opening meeting, or D, contact your institution or the sponsor? And the best answer is C, 482 an opening meeting. Choices B and D are certainly specific activities that you can do before the inspection starts, but C is the best answer. So what are our take-home messages? So first, the overall purpose of our FDA inspections of CIs is to ensure adherence to the regulations and to GCP. The sequence of events in a CI inspection is standard and predictable. If a 483 is issued, there are definitely benefits in submitting a written response to it. And final classifications of inspections are NAI, VAI, or OAI. My closing thought is that the best way to successfully navigate an FDA inspection is to always be prepared for one. I encourage you to use this presentation as reference material to help prepare for an inspection with a goal for your site to always be inspection ready. I'm looking forward to discussing your questions in the upcoming Q&A session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, or good morning, or good evening. My name is Emily Jebbia. I am the Associate Director for Regulatory Development in CDER's Office of Compliance, Office of Scientific Investigations. I'm happy to be here today to talk to you about FDA's use of alternative approaches to evaluate GCP compliance. I have the privilege, honor of being the last presentation of this 3-day course. And of course, I don't want to keep you any longer, so I will just go ahead and jump right in. So my learning objectives for, again, what is the last presentation of this course. First, we'll take a quick look at the changes in the clinical trial ecosystem that are impacting FDA's approach to evaluating compliance with good clinical practice. Next, I'll discuss some of these approaches in more detail. Specifically, we'll talk about evaluating GCP compliance through the use of remote regulatory assessments, through FDA's collaborations with foreign regulatory counterparts, and finally, we'll talk about FDA's approach to evaluating GCP compliance in clinical trials with innovative design elements, many of which you've heard discussed during this course already. But before we can talk about where we're going, we have to talk about where we've been. So inspections, as you probably know, are on-site evaluations of the conduct of a clinical investigation. So these have been and will continue to be the backbone of FDA's oversight of GCP compliance. Inspections have long been supported by more limited investigations and some information sharing with foreign regulatory counterparts. And traditionally, FDA has conducted these inspections consistent with our written compliance programs. And these compliance programs really are intended to ensure a robust evaluation of all of the aspects of the conduct and reporting of a clinical trial. But just because something has worked well doesn't mean that there aren't other ways of doing things. And of course, sometimes changes in an ecosystem necessitate thinking differently. And this is certainly true in the clinical trial space. So let's talk briefly about what some of those changes are. The first is globalization. Obviously, the movement toward global clinical trials has been happening for quite some time, and they're really now ubiquitous. I'll describe in some detail later that the majority of participants in clinical trials that are submitted to CDER in support of a marketing application are located outside of the United States. Another change in clinical trials has been increasing complexity. We're seeing not only an increase in the amount of data collected in a trial, but also increases in the number and variety of data sources and in the number and types of providers and vendors involved in helping to manage trials. Even efforts to streamline or simplify trials can add their own complexity when it reflects a new approach that increases uncertainty. Finally, we saw with the COVID-19 public health emergency really an acceleration in the adoption of many of the innovations in clinical trials that before the pandemic were just being discussed or considered theoretically. They were deployed immediately to meet a public health need, but we ended up, building the airplane while we were flying it. So, overall, these changes are for the good. There's more opportunities to accelerate the development of therapies and improve patient outcomes, to improve diversity, equity, inclusion in trials, to reduce costs, enhance safety, and improve our data quality and integrity. But they do raise challenges for regulatory oversight. The one-size-fits-most approach that I showed on the last slide is sometimes a poor fit for today's complex global environment. So we're going to talk about some of the ways that FDA is addressing this. And the first is through remote regulatory assessments. So FDA issued a revised draft guidance on conducting remote regulatory assessments, or RRAs, in January 2024. The guidance explains that an RRA is an examination of an FDA-regulated establishment and/or its records conducted entirely remotely to evaluate compliance with applicable FDA requirements. The first GCP remote evaluation occurred in May 2020, not long after FDA had to postpone domestic and international inspections because of the pandemic. And this was obviously before the draft guidance had been issued. So our experiences during the pandemic were essentially real-time experiments in the use of this method to evaluate GCP compliance. And fortunately, it demonstrated a number of benefits, including allowing FDA to gain compliance insight when it couldn't inspect, informing future inspection planning, and most significantly, enabling us to support the review and timely approval and authorization of marketing submissions to FDA. The RRA guidance that was recently released is really informed by FDA's experiences during the pandemic. So I told you a little bit about what RRAs are, but it's also important to understand what RRAs are not. So RRAs are not inspections. Generally, an inspection, as described in the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, involves officers or employees of FDA physically entering an establishment. There's no physical entry as part of an RRA, and RRAs aren't intended to limit the authority of FDA to conduct inspections, but really complement that authority. RRAs are also not something you can ask for. FDA does not accept requests to perform an RRA, but intends to use a risk-based approach to determine whether it would be appropriate to request or initiate an RRA in a specific case. And in making that determination, FDA considers a number of factors, including the location of the establishment, its inspection history, the complexity of the product and processes to be inspected, and any travel restrictions. As we gain experience with RAs, we're really learning sort of how those factors play and when and where RAs are most useful. And finally, RAs are not intended to limit or replace other ways FDA gets information. So I just said that they are a complement to our inspection authority, but RAs also don't change our existing practices with respect to, for example, issuing an information request or holding a meeting or otherwise communicating with applicants and other regulated entities as necessary. So let's dig into RRAs a bit more. First, it's important to know that RRA describes a category of activities that might have different names, including remote interactive evaluations or remote record reviews. All of these are types of RRAs. The guidance also describes both mandatory and voluntary RRAs. Mandatory RRAs are conducted under a legal authority that mandates the establishment's participation. As relevant to clinical investigators, this would be Section 704A4 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, which gives the FDA authority to request and requires establishments to provide records that could be inspected under 704 in advance or in lieu of an inspection. Refusing to participate in a mandatory RRA by failing to respond to FDA, by withdrawing participation, or by refusing to provide the records that are requested could be a violation of the Act and could subject an establishment to enforcement action. Voluntary RRAs, on the other hand, are not conducted under a legal authority. This may either be because participation is not required under a legal authority, so there isn't an applicable legal authority, or because FDA chooses not to invoke the authority that it has and instead requests voluntary participation. There's no enforcement action that's initiated if establishment declines to participate, but there are good reasons to participate. If the establishment declines, FDA may need to initiate some other kind of way of getting the information, such as an inspection. And if it can't do an inspection and the establishment declines to participate, FDA may not be able to get the information that it needs to make a regulatory decision. If a company or establishment is thinking about declining participating voluntarily because it has concerns about its ability to participate from a technological or other perspective, it should really discuss those concerns with FDA before declining. Clinical investigator RAs initiated by CDER typically are voluntary, and you will know if an RA is mandatory or voluntary because FDA will tell you. For mandatory RRAs, FDA intends to make clear the specific authority under which the RRA is being initiated. And for voluntary RRAs, we do request sort of affirmative confirmation of willingness to participate. So one of the goals of the guidance is to promote greater consistency in the way RRAs are conducted, and it provides a lot of information about the process for RRAs. I'm going to talk through this process, focusing on the types of RRAs the BIMO program has primarily used, which are interactive remote evaluations. And interactive remote evaluations are a type of voluntary RRA that include virtual interactions during the virtual assessment, so not just passing documents back and forth. So the first step for an RRA is the RRA request, and this is confirming with the establishment their willingness to participate. Usually FDA will reach out by email or phone to explain the purpose and the planned scope of the RRA, and as I mentioned previously, confirm the entity's willingness to participate. After the RRA request is made and the establishment confirms its willingness to participate, FDA will have an opening meeting with the site, either before the opening meeting or during it, FDA will go over the technological requirements for the RRA and determine the best logistical approaches in collaboration with the establishment. Also during the opening meeting, FDA will discuss its expectations for the RRA. It'll set up a schedule for virtual interviews and meetings. It'll talk about the process and timelines and address any questions that the establishment has. Importantly, unlike an opening meeting for an inspection, an FDA Form 482 is not issued at the opening of an RRA. During the RRA, just like during an inspection, FDA will request and review records and other information. Documents may be shared via a cloud file sharing solution or viewed via screen sharing or live stream video. That'll be worked out between the investigator or inspector and the entity. There will also be virtual meetings daily or as needed during the RRA to get additional information from the site and to learn about its operations, the conduct of the study, the processes and procedures, and ask questions. One virtual meeting at the end is the closeout meeting. So during this meeting, FDA will discuss any findings it observed during the RRA. Just like there's no 482 at the opening, there will not be a 483 issued at the close of an RRA, but FDA will provide, if appropriate, a list of written observations. And just like an inspection, establishments are encouraged to provide a written response to FDA if there are any written observations within 15 days. After the RRA is complete, the FDA investigator writes an RRA report with its preliminary findings and observations. This is sent to the center reviewer who confirms, in the case of a BIMO inspection supporting an application, for an example, the reliability of the data, looks at compliance with FDA's requirements, and ultimately communicates the findings of the RRA back to the establishment. Once the review of the RRA is complete and a letter is issued, the RRA is closed. Unlike inspections, RRAs are not currently classified as NAI, VAI, or OAI, but if FDA identifies violations of regulatory significance, it can take an administrative or regulatory action following an RRA, such as issuing a warning letter or placing a study on clinical hold based on the findings. Okay, so we've talked through a lot of what's on this slide already, but I just wanted to provide a visual comparison here of RRAs and inspections, where they overlap and how they're different. I like to think of myself as somebody who focuses on the things that bring us together instead of divide us. So let's start by looking at where there's overlap here. And I hope you'll agree that these are really the most substantive characteristics of FDA's oversight. So where there's overlap is, the purpose of the operation to verify study data and to evaluate compliance. And in the outcome, the potential follow-up actions really are the same, regardless of the type of operation. Whereas the differences are more process-related, the kinds of forms that are used or not, the nomenclature for the report, and sort of those sorts of factors. As we sort of finish here with RRAs, I just wanted to provide a little bit of practical information. Just like anything else, a successful RRA requires preparation. And here are some of the things that you can do if you're contacted by FDA to participate in an RRA to help make sure it's successful. The first is to commit the same level of importance and attention that you would for an inspection. So having a dedicated team, making sure you have the necessary support staff, and sort of participating fully. The second is clarifying with FDA any requests you don't fully understand or that will require submission of a lot of records. Make sure that you understand the scope of the request. And once you do, make sure that the requested documents are organized in an easy to understand format. This makes it much easier for FDA to complete its review and for the RRA to go smoothly. Number 4 is staff, and this means having the relevant subject matter experts available to answer questions during the RRA. And finally, Connect is really intended to, again, highlight having the appropriate technology infrastructure to support the RRA, and as noted before, that this would be discussed with FDA to make sure that the technology solutions were appropriate for everybody. Okay, so as we wrapped up RRAs, I do have a challenge question for you, and that is the following. Which of the following is true for remote regulatory assessments? A, they're always mandatory. B, they begin with FDA presenting credentials and issuing a 482. C, they may involve interactive elements such as screen sharing. Or D, they may result in issuance of a FDA 483. And the correct answer is C, they may involve interactive elements such as screen sharing. Remote interactive evaluations, as I mentioned, are a type of RRA, but for RRAs, as we said, they can be voluntary or mandatory, and we don't currently issue a 482 or 483 for an RRA, although there may be a follow-up compliance or regulatory action as appropriate. So now I'd like to shift gears a little bit and spend a few minutes talking about how FDA's collaborations with foreign regulatory counterparts play a role in our oversight of good clinical practice compliance. As I promised at the beginning, I do have some data to share about the location of clinical trial participants in studies submitted to CDER in support of marketing applications. This first chart shows data from FDA's Drug Trials Snapshot Summary Report for 2023, which included for the first time information on the location of study participants. Data was available for 54 of the 55 novel approvals covered in the report, and in the study supporting those approvals, 33% of participants were in the US and 67% were outside of the US. This was actually consistent with a report from 2016 looking at clinical trials for products approved that year, which found that 31% of participants were in the US and 69% were at foreign sites. This chart, however, shows the location of FDA inspection activities for inspections conducted in support of marketing applications between 2018 and 2023. We see the inverse of the first chart. Around 65 to 70% of FDA inspections in support of marketing applications occur domestically in the US, and 30 to 35% occur outside the US. So this just really highlights the need for a strong collaborative environment with foreign regulatory counterparts for oversight of clinical trials. And here is information about some of the international collaborations we rely on in OSI to support the BIMO program. First, we have started in 2009 our collaboration with EMA, which was joined by PDMA in 2017. We also have a collaboration with MHRA that was started in 2016 and that Health Canada joined in 2020. FDA is also a member of the Pharmaceutical Inspection Cooperation Scheme, or PICS, and participates in its Good Clinical Practice Group and its Joint Visits Program, which allows for comparison of inspection procedures and techniques. So, to what end is all of this international collaboration? Well, the key objectives are really to share information to support inspection planning and to share information about inspection outcomes, and then to discuss information about GCP-related legislation, guidance, and policy. We also, through these collaborations, conduct either observational or joint inspections. Observational inspections are where we participate, where we will just observe another regulator's inspection, and joint inspections are where both regulators will be conducting an inspection of the same entity at the same time. Since the inception of our international collaborations, we've conducted over 150 observational or joint inspections, shared more than 680 documents, and held more than 20 meetings a year. All of this allows us to gain a better understanding of each other's processes and procedures. It really provides a more efficient use of resources for inspections and for regulatory decision making. It improves our inspection coverage, avoids duplication, and hopefully leads to a greater consistency in global regulatory approaches. So I'd like to spend the remainder of my time talking about FDA's approach to evaluating GCP in clinical trials with innovative designs. Rather than focusing on the method or the type of operation, whether it's an inspection or RA, these are really considerations that are relevant to evaluating GCP compliance regardless of the operation type, but that take into consideration the trial design and operations. It's important to remember that FDA's GCP regulations apply to clinical investigations regardless of the design or innovations used. Really, the question is how the requirements apply when we are talking about what might be considered a non-traditional trial and how we evaluate compliance. The recently released draft guidance integrating randomized controlled trials for drug and biological products into routine clinical practice touches on this. And it talks about how for BIMO inspections, really we want to assess the practices and procedures that are likely to have a meaningful impact on the reliability of the results and on the right safety and well-being of participants. These aspects vary from trial to trial, and it's why it's so important, as discussed in other presentations during this course, to really incorporate quality by design and quality risk management into trials. This is especially true when we're talking about innovative approaches that have less familiarity. So we're going to look at a few different types of innovations and ways this can play out. First, I need to give a really quick overview of FDA's definitions of real-world data and real-world evidence, which can be incorporated into innovative clinical trial designs. So real-world data are data relating to patient health status and or the delivery of health care that are routinely collected from a variety of sources. What does that mean? So the examples that we have, this is data from electronic health care records from a clinician, insurance claims data from disease registries or other kinds of registries, and some data from digital health technologies. Real-world evidence is clinical evidence about the use and potential benefits or risks of a medical product that is derived from an analysis of real-world data. So now that we're all experts on real-world data and real-world evidence, we'll look at how FDA evaluates GCP compliance for studies that involve real-world data or real-world evidence. Regardless of the source of data, it has to be sufficient to support regulatory decision-making. And to evaluate the data for that purpose, FDA is looking for a few things. The first is access to source data for source data verification. FDA understands and does not expect that real-world data will be collected in accordance with GCP, but to understand whether it's sufficiently reliable to support regulatory decision-making, FDA will conduct inspections or RAs to assess the source data for compliance with Alcoa principles and good documentation practices, and to understand and assess changes that are made to the data as it verifies the sponsor's data line listings. Generally, real-world data are inspected at the site level or the location of the source documentation. FDA is also going to assess data quality. This is typically as part of a sponsor inspection to make sure that the processes and procedures for data collection were consistent, to assess data integrity and security, and to look at any issues that occur with data collection. And then also as part of a sponsor inspection, FDA will evaluate the transparency in the processes and procedures for data curation, transformation, and analysis, including assuring that the data are transferred completely without omissions or errors, and assessing validated data transfers. So another type of innovation is digital health technology, or DHTs, and these are often incorporated into the design of innovative clinical trials. They include, for example, wearables and software applications. FDA has a guidance on digital health technologies for remote data acquisition and clinical investigations, and it describes important considerations for FDA's evaluation of GCP compliance in trials incorporating these technologies. First, it clarifies that FDA does not intend to inspect individual DHTs for source data if the data captured by the DHT are securely transferred to and retained in a durable electronic data repository, and that transfers according to the sponsor's pre-specified plan. If that is the case, then for inspection purposes, FDA will consider the source data to be the data in the first durable electronic database to which the data are transferred. Another clinical trial innovation is decentralization. As you may recall from other presentations during this course, decentralized elements are elements that allow trial-related activities to occur remotely at locations convenient for participants, such as telehealth visits, visits with local healthcare providers, and in-home study visits. Decentralized elements have long been used in clinical trials, but we see an increase in the number of trials using them and in the number of elements used in one trial itself. In some cases, you may even have trials that are completely decentralized, as shown in the image here, where the investigator is providing oversight, making decisions from a central location. In this case, all the study visits with the investigator are through the telehealth platform. And there's also data that's collected from DHTs, like we just talked about, and from local healthcare providers. The recently published guidance on conducting trials with decentralized elements discusses inspections of trials with decentralized elements. It takes into account the non-traditional nature of these trials by describing flexibility for investigators, for clinical investigator inspections to occur, where the records can be reviewed and the necessary personnel interviewed, even if that isn't at a location that might be a typical site location. Okay, so that was a whirlwind through some of FDA's alternative approaches. I do have a second challenge question for you that relates back to our crash course on real-world data. And the question is, which of the following is not real-world data? Data collected in electronic healthcare records during routine clinical care, data collected by a study nurse during a study visit at the investigator's site, data from insurance claims for healthcare provider services, or data from a disease-specific registry. And the answer is B, data collected by a study nurse during a study visit at the investigator's site, because this data is being collected specifically for the purposes of the trial and not routinely as part of the participant's health care. So at the beginning of my presentation, I shared a slide similar to this one and talked about how FDA's approach to evaluating GCP compliance has historically been carried out through inspections that cover the entire relevant compliance program. I described changes in the clinical trial ecosystem that have created the opportunity for FDA to also evolve its approach to GCP oversight. And I highlighted some of these, including FDA's use of remote regulatory assessments, its increasing collaboration with foreign regulatory counterparts, and its fit-for-purpose approach to inspections of clinical trials with innovative approaches and design elements. So what does the future look like? We're taking the lessons we've learned from the pandemic and working on formalizing and maturing our processes and procedures so that we have a robust set of well-defined and fit-for-purpose oversight options that can be deployed as appropriate. And in carrying out our oversight activities, we want to be in a position to be able to take approaches that are flexible and efficient to maximize our resources while robustly supporting regulatory decision-making. Thank you for your attention here at the end of this course. I look forward to our panel discussion, and I'm happy to turn things over to Dr. Smith to kick that off.
Thank you so much, Emily, and also Kara and Michelle for this series of talks. This was a new day full of presentations from OSI, and really appreciate you all taking on this series, and in particular, Cheryl Grandinetti for coordinating all of the talks today. Let's go ahead and jump into the Q&A because we do have several questions in the queue. We'll start with Kara. So the first question for you, Kara, when sites are identified for an inspection, would the same inspectors conduct the inspections for all the sites?
Thanks, Kim. Thanks for that question. Yeah, I didn't really comment on that during the presentation, but usually not. And part of it is because OII is organized by geographic area. So there are investigators that are assigned to a particular geographic area. So if there were sites that were chosen in, say, Florida and California, that same investigator would not be able to do both of those inspections, usually. I mean, sometimes there can be you're locked into a particular date with an investigator. So it just depends on if the timing works out. But usually it's not the case. Where I've seen one investigator do multiple inspections for an application is probably more commonly with foreign investigations. Usually, for example, the same country, say we have two inspections, and the fact that it requires months to actually do that, many times there can be a particular one investigator from OII, the foreign cadre, that would then actually do those particular investigations. So that was a great question. I thank you for that. And
Great, thank you, Kara. And I think we're having some challenges with your audio, so we'll move on to one of the other speakers while we try to troubleshoot that. Michelle, let me give you the next question. So you mentioned notifying the sponsor for a CI inspection. Would you recommend having the sponsor team on site at the time of the inspection? Sometimes sponsors want to be on site.
Thanks, Kim. That's actually a very insightful question, so I'm glad that was asked. So FDA does not have a position for or against having the sponsor on site. I know during my presentation, I had mentioned that the sponsor may help the clinical investigator, say, prepare for the inspection, but we typically actually do not see them at the site. However, to my knowledge, there's no specific prohibition against this. So if a sponsor really wants to be on site, I think they certainly may be able to do that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And one more for you while I have you. Who can participate in the opening/daily/closing discussion with the inspector? Is it restricted to the team that is delegated for that particular protocol?
That's a good question. I actually hadn't thought about that up until now. So we do not have any rules or policies about who can or cannot participate in either the opening meeting, the daily discussions, or the closeout meeting. We typically have seen that these meetings are reserved to the team that's for the protocol, all the protocols being inspected. But I've also seen staff from the research office participate in the opening and closing meetings, as well as some management officials from the site that are involved more on the business and operations side. So it really can be a mixture of anyone.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Emily, a couple questions for you on RRAs. Do you foresee RRAs becoming robust enough to be considered as an inspection, or will in-person inspections always be needed?
Thanks, Kim. That's a very good question. So what I tried to convey in my talk is sort of that, we like to have a lot of tools in our toolbox. And so, in my mind, it's not a matter of RRAs not being as robust as inspections and, therefore is an option to replace inspections. It's just about what tool is best suited for the oversight that's needed for a particular operation. So I do foresee that in-person on-site inspections will always be needed and always be a very important part of how CDER conducts oversight of clinical trials. But RRAs are, certainly robust, and as we gain more experience with the best situations in which to deploy them, we will certainly do them. And obviously, the same outcomes and consequences flow from RRAs as do from inspections, so they should be considered as robust. Thank you.
So along those same lines, we have another question. Can there be RRA and inspections, I assume in-person inspections, conducted for a single trial? How is it determined which one will be done, or will they be, I guess, in complement to each other?
Sure, thanks for that question. So when, as Kara mentioned during her presentation, often there will be several investigations for a single trial, right? We may do a couple of clinical investigator inspections and a sponsor CRO inspection. And those, again, could be a mix of inspections and RRAs as appropriate, depending on the particular needs. So it's not like we say, okay, for this trial, we're going to do inspections, and this trial, we're going to do an RRA. We use those, risk-based factors, the other considerations that I described in my presentation about what would be the most appropriate for that operation in determining whether to do the RRA or an inspection. What we typically, what we don't do is an inspection sort of and an RRA at the same time. If we're doing an inspection, we're going to do an inspection. If we do an RRA, we're going to do an RRA for the same establishment. And so that's a little bit of a distinction when you're talking about the trial. Depends on how many operations are being planned, but it could be a mix if that were appropriate for the particular circumstances. So I hope that helps. Thanks, Kim.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with you for one more question because I think these are all related. Do the same investigators conduct RRAs as well as on-site inspections, or are they specialized in one area of the field? And then are they all in the United States, or does FDA have internationally based inspectors?
Okay, thanks, Kim. Good question. So yes, the same investigators who do inspections will also do RRAs. There's not sort of a dedicated RRA staff. And so, just like, and I'm sure that there are folks that have done more than others and have experience, but they share that experience. And we certainly don't have folks that just do RRAs. They're also doing inspections. The folks who do RAs could be located anywhere. We, as Kara mentioned, and I know her audio was cutting in and out a little bit, but we do have OII has a foreign cadre of investigators, and those are investigators who are based in the United States, but who solely conduct foreign inspections. So they have a lot of frequent flyer miles loaded up. We also do have some staff within country and in a couple places throughout the world who are able to support inspections as well. And again, depending on the needs of a particular operation or oversight, any of those folks could be conducting an RRA as well. So thanks.
Thank you for that. Obviously, a lot to coordinate given the international nature of many of the trials. Kara, let's go back to you and test out your audio again here. So a question that we received from the audience: if you have data that is required prior to a research procedure, but it is entered after, is it acceptable if your research note includes documentation that the data were obtained prior to the procedure?
Thanks for that question. I know I'm not supposed to say, can you hear me now? But in this case, yeah, I think that's a very good question. I think it's always helpful whenever you have to clarify something in a contemporaneous way, like when it's happening, that you document anything that happens that might be different from a protocol. It may or may not be a protocol deviation, it depends. But any additional information that you have that can help to inform the issue is helpful. It's helpful for the sponsor, it's helpful for the monitor, and it's helpful for us. For the example that I shared, it still would have been problematic because I may have a note that said that the assessment was done prior to data entry, but I still don't know how that particular assessment or assessor could have retained all of that information on a very complicated endpoint to record 3 hours later without, a scrap of paper that they wrote it on. There's no source. So it just depends on what it is. But again, anything that you can do that can help to explain anything at the time it was occurring is always helpful. Thank you very much for that question.
Thank you. And one more for you. In your presentation, you described a case related to data integrity concerns. What kinds of issues regarding informed consent do you see during your clinical investigator inspections?
Great question. Thank you. Yeah, I will say that we do probably see more often data integrity concerns than we do informed consent issues, but we do on occasion see informed consent issues as well. They're not usually with regard to the process of informed consent. As you know, it is a continual process. You have the beginning and then you have, continuing throughout the process. In my experience, we've most commonly seen issues with late consenting, for example, of an amended consent form that may have had significant new information. For example, new safety information that could potentially change a participant's decision to participate. We recognize that it does take time for amended consent forms to be approved by the IRB, but there really should not be a more significant delay in reconsenting once a form has been approved. So we've seen that on occasion. Also, another issue that's come up is when there are study procedures that are optional. For example, there could be a sub-study where there are additional procedures and consent needs to be obtained for those additional procedures. Sometimes there can be a separate consent form for these optional procedures. Sometimes it's a separate line item in one particular consent form. But many times we're seeing that those procedures are actually performed on participants when consent was not provided. It was declined. So again, it's up to the clinical investigator and study coordinator to be able to track that sort of information. Who has provided for consent for what aspect of the study? And again, this mostly comes up when there are sub-studies for maybe additional imaging studies or blood samples for genetic testing, things of that nature, which many times are a separate consent form, but sometimes they're actually in the main consent form, which is a separate item, separate section that requires a signature. So having a really good tracking mechanism for that is really important, and that's just the organization at a site level. But we do see that from time to time as well. Thank you so much for that question.
Thank you. Michelle, a couple questions for you related to the 483. What if you disagree with the 483 and submit a response to state this? If the center doesn't agree with the site, can the CAPA be provided later? And then there were a couple related questions about appealing the 483 and how you go about doing that.
All right, thanks, Kim. Yes, I'm not surprised that these questions have come through. So unfortunately, you cannot quote appeal a 483 per se, but as mentioned during the presentation, you can certainly disagree with one or more of the 483 observations and submit your explanation, your rationale, and your documentation to support your position. So we recommend submitting your CAPA with your response so we can review everything together at the same time. And your CAPA can be written in such a way as to reflect your position. So if you disagree, write your CAPA in such a way that disagrees with the observation. However, I've also seen CAPAs where a clinical investigator will disagree with a specific observation, but then include additional language saying something like, yeah, well, but if the center disagrees with this position and ultimately, stands by what they put on the 483, here's what our CAP is going to be instead. So they actually provide a scenario, for both situations. Thanks, Kim.
Thank you. And one more for you. We heard it's highly encouraged to respond in writing to observations noted on the Form 483, but this is done after the inspection ends. If an investigator, a field investigator, notes potential serious noncompliance issues during an inspection, what advice do you have for sites, and I'm losing the end of this, in handling such issues in real time?
Okay, yeah, that's a really, really good question too, because yes, the focus has been on what happens after the inspection, but the field investigator is going to be there for a couple of days and we'll be bringing these issues up hopefully during the daily discussion. So I would view this as an opportunity to correct the issue, or at least start investigating and correcting the issue as soon as possible. So, oftentimes, but not always, the issues that are noted during the inspection sometimes are not put on the 483. If the study staff and the CI are taking sincere and prompt actions to correct and obviously eventually prevent such issues from reoccurring. Thank you.
Thank you. And while we're on the subject of 483s, maybe one more question for you on that topic. If the 483 is issued and the PI responds with a CAPA and plans for verification of effectiveness, but the CAPA will take 3 months to implement, hence no data is submitted with the response, is this okay?
Yeah, thanks, Kim. That's a fantastic question. That's actually not a problem at all. And quite honestly, we expect some elements of the CAPA to take longer in order for them to be appropriately implemented. So with these, we recommend having a plan to monitor the effectiveness of that specific element of the CAPA, and ideally having the implementation and the effectiveness results documented as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily, let's go back to you for a question. Slightly different topic. What challenges do you face when monitoring decentralized trials?
Thanks, Kim. So I'm going to assume this means the challenges FDA has in oversight. I will take the opportunity, though, since the question talks about monitoring decentralized trials, if we're thinking about sponsor monitoring, that we do have guidances out there about risk-based monitoring, and sometimes when we have trials with decentralized elements, certain monitoring techniques may be especially suitable, like centralized monitoring by a sponsor. But that's just an aside. I'll ask the question or answer the question in terms of FDA. So one important thing to keep in mind is that, this question says decentralized trials, but really what we have are trials with decentralized elements, and you can have a very vast range there, right? From something like having a participants, with a DHT, like a wearable that's just providing data, to something that's like a completely decentralized where everything's done through telehealth. And so really, we have to, when we are providing our oversight, really the first thing is understand how the trial is structured and what the data flow is in the trial so that we can make an assessment. So it's really important to have a very clear description of how what the decentralized elements are, how the data flows, and whatnot, so we can understand it before we even come in to evaluate it. It's important, I think, to make sure that if we're doing a clinical investigator inspection, that the records that from data that may have been collected in a decentralized manner is available at the site for FDA review. And I think part of what we'll be looking at, and maybe this is an opportunity, not a challenge, is just I'll harken back to Cheryl's presentation from earlier today and the importance of quality by design and quality risk management. And when decentralized elements are used as part of a trial, really thinking through like what are the risks to the data and how are they going to be accounted for. Because those are going to be, if it's primary efficacy endpoint or important safety information, those are going to be things that we're going to be wanting to verify and look at on inspection, whether the data were collected on site or in a decentralized manner. So having really good risk management in place is going to make any challenges of FDA oversight, I think, lessened to some extent. So hopefully that helps. Thanks for that very good question.
Yes, thank you. And one more question about oversight. You spoke about alternative methods FDA uses for oversight. Are these methods available for sponsor monitoring of investigator sites? And can sites limit monitoring to particular methods?
Yeah, so this is a good question. We don't dictate sort of the sponsors have a responsibility for monitoring, and they are supposed to use, the quality by design and quality risk management to determine what monitoring would be appropriate for a particular trial. When they are contracting with and working with sites during startup, the methods of monitoring that they intend to use should be clear to those sites, and it should be part of those discussions. FDA is not going to dictate that, but it should be clear to everybody. I know there have been a lot of questions about what sites can say, and we that's really between the site and the sponsor, and we would encourage those discussions so everybody's on the same page about what's going to happen. And then I'll just say, in terms of alternative methods, I think the answer I gave before about sort of risk-based monitoring and looking at sort of what's going to be most appropriate for the trial, sponsors like FDA have a whole bunch of tools in their toolbox, and depending on the trial design and the risks and other considerations, they can choose a method that is the best fit for that trial, and it may give them some flexibility depending on the specific design. So I hope that helps. Thanks, Kim.
Great, thank you. And I think that actually closes out our Q&A session. So thank you once again to Kara, Emily, and Michelle, both for your presentations and willingness to engage the audience with questions. With that, I will turn it back over to Leonard Sachs for some closing thoughts. Leonard?
Well, thank you very much, Kim, and thanks to our speakers, Kara, Michelle, and Emily, for a great session. This brings us to the end of an intense 3 days focused on clinical investigators and clinical drug development. It's been a pleasure for us at FDA to have the opportunity to engage with you, and we very much hope that the material that you've heard from us will be useful to you. It remains for me to thank the many individuals who have given blood, sweat, and tears to the preparation of the content and responded to the questions. In particular, my thanks to Brenda Stoddart and the Small Business and Industry Assistance Program at FDA for all their tremendous help, to Jeff Kelly for his tireless technical support, my colleagues Millie Dougal and Kim Smith in my office for compiling the agenda and the content. Very grateful thanks to our terrific faculty for preparing their lectures, and a particular vote of thanks to our large and enthusiastic audience all over the world. We wish you all the best as you continue your critical work in clinical drug development, and we hope to see you back at our course next year. Thank you all, and the last word goes to Brenda.
Thank you, Dr. Sachs. A quick reminder for everyone, please remember to complete the survey at the end of today's program and provide us with your feedback. We do review your comments and integrate them into the agenda as much as we can. And look out for that post-event thank you email that will be sent within 1 business day of today's conclusion. If you have not gotten it by tomorrow this time, please send us an email, cedar@fda.hhs.gov. Both the final activity evaluations, that's the CE, and the event survey must be completed within 2 weeks after activity. No exceptions. And that date again is December 26th. So please, please, please keep that date. Dr. Sachs has given all his thanks, but I personally would like to thank the entire faculty and all our moderators for everything. Presentations and the ultra informative high energy Q&A panels, all our technical staff behind the scenes. And of course you, the audience, for your commitment, your attention, and your engagement. Happy holidays to everyone, and we look forward to seeing you again around the same time in 2025. Be good. Thank you.